Hello. Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. We hope you had a great time yesterday on the first day of our conference. I'm Tamim.
And I'm Namya. We welcome all you to the second day of ICORD 2025. To begin with today's keynote session, let me introduce the chair of today's session, Professor Vishal Singh. Professor Singh is an associate professor at the Department of Design and Manufacturing at ISC Bengaluru. Previously, he worked as an assistant professor at Aalto University, Finland. His research focuses on interface of design, systems thinking, and computational thinking. He has published over 100 peer reviewed international research articles, and he has been listed among the top 2% of the researchers in the field of AI and for built environments. I request Professor Singh now to welcome and introduce the first keynote speaker of the day.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to have this to chair this session. We have three keynote speakers today. I will start with Professor Sophie Halstead. She is a full professor at Chalmers University of Technology, specializing in sustainable product development. With over 20 years of research experience, she focuses on integrating strategy, sustainability into product innovation process. Her work helps companies develop sustainable and value-creating life cycle solutions. Professor Halstead has developed innovative tools and methods for assessing sustainability, maturity, and impacts, which has been validated through industry collaborations. She has published over 80 papers and was nominated for the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Services 100 list in both 2020 and 2023. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much for the very nice introduction, and also thank you for inviting me to ICORD 25. So this is actually the second time I'm in India, and it's very different from Sweden, which is located up north in Europe. But actually it has some similarities as well to India. And in relation to my keynote title, Sustainable Design in Resource Constrained Society, because in India you have developed one of the world's largest solar parks and made a resource poor area into a valuable area. And a similar way, Sweden have developed Europe's largest onshore wind farm up north in Sweden. Up north in Sweden, it is quite dark, so we have a lack of sunlight this time of the year. We only 3 hours of sunlight this time of the year up north in Sweden. But instead, we have turned this area to something valuable. And these are two good examples for how you actually can phase out fossil fuel, which is also part of being a transition of society towards sustainability. In my talk, I will focus on manufacturing industry and see how design can support manufacturing industry to actually develop more sustainable solutions that could be part of a sustainable society. And I will start with going back in 50, 60 years or more to actually follow until today and see how industry have approached environment and also how this have changed the view on sustainability and also how eco-design and sustainable design, which I am doing research within, how that has changed and evolved during the time. So once in Sweden, about 1970 and before that, we had a quite passive approach. So that meant that the knowledge was very limited and the industry were disposing the waste into the environment without any kind of treatment. And that meant that we got pollution of the environment and also serious damage to health. A response to that was that there were some social considerations and awareness and upsets, and also the legislation changed. So around 1980, it became more a reactive approach in industry. So instead of just sending out the waste to the environment, they had to stop it. So that was called end of pipe solutions or cleaner technology, waste treatment technologies. And that was a way for industry to comply with legislation. But these are quite costly. They're still needed today, but they're quite costly. So that the environment was viewed as a cost rather than an opportunity. So what industry did was to change that to a more preventative approach. That meant that instead of trying to stop the pollution, they started to prevent the pollution to happen at all. So pollution prevention, because a polluter had to pay. So the focus was now to prevent the pollution to happen, and cleaner production was the dominating. And here also you could see that environment started to be considered as a competitive advantage, because now they don't have to invest that much in the cleaner technologies anymore, so they could also be more efficient, and they focused very much on the manufacturing side to see how they could be more efficient. So around 2000, this developed further into something we say proactive approach. So here instead, they tried to also not just look into the manufacturing process, but also to the whole product and its life cycle. And here you could see that eco-design and design for environment became a key area. But it have developed further. So in 2010, and up to now, some companies have a systemic approach. That means that they haven't just stopped with looking into their product and their life cycle across the life cycle, but also how they collaborate with other partners in the value chain. And the focus is also to embed sustainability into the company strategy. So for some companies, it has been business critical, it's very necessary to work with sustainability. And here we also see that sustainable design have developed. So not just considering the ecological aspects, but also the economic and the social dimension. And these are also permeating through the organization, meaning that sustainability comes in on a strategic, tactical, and operational level. So here we can see that the industry have approached environment in different ways, and it has developed during time. And of course, it doesn't mean that all companies in Sweden now have a systemic approach. But many of the companies have a proactive and systemic approach. Still some are on the preventative approach, but many have moved on and is on the more further side on the towards systemic approach. What I think is interesting to follow this is also that what we can see is that increased awareness on sustainability comes with an increased value of resources. And what does it mean for companies? In our research, we have investigated that, and we came up with or actually industry came up with these different ways why it's important for them. Of course, they can avoid cost because they can become more efficient, but also they can follow the stricter legislation. And now in EU, we have quite strict legislations on sustainability, and that means that they can be ahead of legislation. They also can meet customer requirements and requests, increase their competitiveness, and that means also that they force themselves to develop new innovations. And it's also important to energize employees, specifically actually to recruit young employees, because younger students are more aware of sustainability. So it's actually important for them to try to meet the younger students' expectations and be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And of course, if you have a close connection to our consumer products, brand value and trust is also important for companies. So how can then design support a proactive and systematic approach towards sustainability? So this is a question that I have focused on in my research the last 25 years or so. And a short answer to this question, I would say, is to systematically integrate and implement a strategic sustainability perspective into the early phases of the product innovation process, and that including a life cycle perspective. I define this as sustainable product development, and I will go through it, what I mean. So systematically, it means that you need to integrate sustainability in routines and processes, because if you are dependent on certain people and they move to another company, you will not have that in the company anymore. So systematically means that you have to integrate it and also do it step by step. Integrate and implement a strategic sustainability perspective. Strategic, I mean here that they need to try to identify what are the sustainable target and the long-term sustainable target and the solution that you want to achieve. And then see how you can step by step move towards that target. And you need to try to do this early in the innovation process, because more than 80% of the decisions are taken in the early stages of the design process. And here you more or less define the whole sustainability profile of your solution. And you also need to include it, a whole life cycle perspective. That means that you need to consider from raw material extraction to production, usage phase, and also try to keep the solution in a circular loop, and then also in disposal phase. So this is how I define sustainable product development. And it also means that you need to understand what we mean with sustainability. And I will give you a definition of that. And of course, there are many definitions of sustainability, because it depends what you want to make sustainable, right? And every one of us know about the Brundtland definition, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this is actually not a definition, it's more a value statement. It's actually a way to define sustainable development to reach sustainability. What it says is actually that we want to commit to a sustained civilization. If we want to sustain civilization, we can make a choice to see how can we do that and find a definition. So it's actually that we need to commit to this or not. It's actually a choice. But if we want to commit to this, to sustain civilization, then we can find a science-based definition of how to reach a sustainable society. And that is what I have used in my research. I have used a science-based definition of how we can reach a sustainable society. And what we know also today is that specifically, if you think about this from a company perspective, we have three dimensions. We have the ecological business dimension, the social dimension, and the ecological dimension. And they are connected in a certain way. And I would state that this is the way they are connected, as a nested interdependency. Because the company is part of the society and is dependent that you have a stable society. to work, to function. And society is part of the environment. Nature, environment, can do fine without society and without the company, but it's not the other way around. So it means that the company can only be sustainable if the other two dimensions also are sustainable. So at least the companies can try to understand how can they contribute to make these social and ecological dimensions sustainable and be part of the solution rather than problem. And I have used a research that is based on understanding this on an overarching sustainability principle level. And the research was conducted about 30 years ago, started there, and have been developed since. And they started to understand what are the mechanisms that actually can destroy these two systems on a very overarching level. And it was found out that there were 3 mechanisms that can destroy the ecological system and 5 mechanisms that can destroy the social system. And then these were translated to principles. And these are the principles. So in an ecological sustainable society, nature is not subject to systematically increasing concentrations of substances extracted from earth crust. For example, if we take up fossil fuel and use it in our society and systematically increase that, we have consequences like climate change. The second one is saying that nature is not subject to systematically increasing concentrations of substances produced by society. With that we mean non-degradable, long life, that is hard for nature to take care of. Examples of that are freons that were used in the 1970s and 1980s. And you can see now that some of the stratosphere or the ozone layer in the stratosphere was destroyed. The third one, nature is not subject to systematically increasing degradation by physical means, meaning if we cut Amazonas rainforest, if we overfish and do that, we fish all the time in a higher pace than nature has possibility to reproduce themselves, there will be a problem. And then on the social side, it's in a similar way. So people, but it says that in a sustainable society, people are not subject to structural obstacles to health, influence, competence, impartiality, and meaning making. So as you can see, these are on a very overarching level, and they can be applied on many different things. On a community, it can be applied on a company level, and it can be applied on a product level. And that is also what I have done in my research. And they are specifically powerful if you use it together with backcasting. Backcasting means that you put yourself in a future desired situation, and then you look back to today and see what were the different steps you need to take in order to come to this future desired situation. What were the materials you needed to select and what activities that made you come to this desired situation. So this is a strategic with using backcasting. So I mean that design can support a systematic and strategic approach based on backcasting for sustainability principles. So in which way can then manufacturing companies design solutions for a sustainable society? And this is something that is very different from company to company, how you actually can build capabilities in this area. But in general, you need to have some skills and knowledge. And that is, of course, different from different company where how much skills and knowledge you have. But you need to start with that. And then you can use support tools and methods that can support you in apply these in routines and processes so you get it systematically integrated. And this can help and enable firms to coordinate different activities that both on strategic level, tactical level, and operational level, that can also help them in accelerate towards this sustainability transformation, and at the same time make use of the assets. So in my research, I have developed quite many support tools and methods, and in different research projects. I have maybe a set of 20 different tools and methods that I have developed together with my research colleagues. And I will just show you some examples that I have on a strategic level, tactical and operational level. On strategic level, I have a tool that called self-assessment method for sustainable implementation in product innovation. So it's actually a tool that can support a company to assess themselves and visualize their maturity level and where they are in relation to where they need to be in order to implement a sustainability perspective. On the tactical level, I defined an approach that I called sustainability design space. And this was actually a paper that was one of the top 1% most cited papers in 2019 in the field. And it is a way to actually define these strategic long-term criteria for a product or a solution. And then also on the tactical level, on a more short-term level, understand what are the other requirements and put these together. So this is a way to prioritize, to see what do we need to prioritize. And also we developed a way to, in a qualitative way, measure the degree of sustainability compliance with a certain scale. I will go through it a little bit later. And on operational level, we defined a material criticality assessment method. And that was a tool that was used to define and assess critical materials from availability and sustainability perspective in the early product design. So I will give you a case and to show you how we developed one of these tools, and I've selected the material criticality assessment tool. So this method was developed. We had a project together with GICO and Aerospace, and they developed these types of components for jet engines. So in this particular case, they were looking into how you could make more efficient engines with less fuel consumption. And that meant a new design. And when they started to look into the new design, there was a new material. So this new material, then they were questioned to me, how can we avoid critical materials from a sustainability perspective? Because they didn't have a tool and method that they could actually know which were more critical. So they should try to avoid. So in my work, I started looking into this. A material criticality I defined as a material that contributes to social sustainability problems, ecological sustainability problems, availability problems, because some of these materials can be very scarce, and also supply risk and vulnerability. So the company can be actually very vulnerable because they have few suppliers that can deliver these products or elements. So altogether, it means that for the company, it can be very costly if they become dependent on this type of materials, and specifically if they need to have this material for a long time in their production. So what I did step by step was first step was to, for each alloy, identify what were some potential critical elements that these alloys could contain. And for this, different material assessment methods were used, and we already used then these existing data and could then come up with what are the critical elements in these alloys. The second step was to grade the level of criticality for each alloy. So in this particular case, we used these sustainability design space, and in that it is a sustainability compliance index that were used. And this is a qualitative way to measure, and it was possible for us to at least grade what were the different levels of criticality for the different alloys. In the next step, the third step, it was to compare the different alloys within each level. So it was a comparative sustainability ranking of alternative alloys that we developed. And a scoring method was developed. So here we combined a qualitative approach with a quantitative approach. And we used then the number, how many elements are critical, how much of these elements were containing in the alloy, and how many methods that were ranking these elements as critical. So in this way, we come up with a quantitative result. And the engineers could do this ranking and compare different alloys. So for the engineers, this was turned into a tool, and it was very easy for them to use. They had only had to search for the alloy, and then they got a score, and they could make a comparison to see which one had most critical value and that they should try to avoid if possible. With this, And as you can see, we have some of the qualitative data and the background to be transparent as well. But what I think is interesting with this case is that it actually triggered new questions in the company. So they started to think differently. So here they started to think, okay, is this a risk that this material will increase, that we have a risk of increased material cost in future? With this means that if we already now maybe have potential critical materials, that will be a risk, that it will even be a high risk in future. If we have to produce this in 20, 30 years, which is actually the case for those types of components, they need to have this material in future as well. And we also know that the number of aircraft will probably increase in future. So globally, there will be a need for these types of materials. So what was interesting is that they started to consider other design and business models. So they started to think about how can we circulate these and not need to have raw materials? How can we repair, remanufacture? How can we increase the percentage of recycled materials in our products? So go, instead of having raw materials, then they can use already materials that is circulating in society. So I think increase and innovative thinking is needed. And that the tools and methods that we develop should steer the design solution towards sustainability. I will end my talk also with looking into the future. And there are a lot of areas that need to be focused on in the area of sustainable design. And to end up with responsible design for resilient and sustainable society, of course. And I will have 3 areas that I have pointed out and what we have found in our research. And this is all very much to support the manufacturing industry. One is the possibility to clarify the business benefits and risk of different choices at different time perspectives. Not just looking into today, what is the impact and how can we do less bad, but also what is needed in 5, 10, 15 years. And also then work together with partners in the value chain. What are the common solutions in the value chain for having a successful circular and sustainable solution, a win-win-win situation? And then avoid rebound effects as well, and try to do that early on, so before they happen. The second one is to analyze and measure sustainability performance early in the innovation process. And that is tricky because you don't have all the data in the early stages, so you have to think differently. You have to maybe measure or evaluate in a qualitative way, and you can combine it with a quantitative approach. Allow transparency and traceability of sustainability data. That is very important today because also in Green Deal in Europe, we have also tougher legislation coming in like digital product passport, where you need to be transparent and share sustainability data. So have solutions that can allow transparency and traceability of sustainability data. And maybe here also digitalization comes in. I mean that we can use digitalization to implement support for strategic sustainable product development, make use of them to anticipate and visualize sustainability data, and increase usability and tailor-make tools for specific contexts. So finally, I will say that sustainable design and responsible digitalization can accelerate the transition towards sustainability. And I think that you need to rethink, we need to focus on where we want to achieve. Where are the sustainable solutions? How can we define that? If we define the criteria for that, then we can move towards that. And not just focusing on the impact and try to do less bad. Do design with different and new approaches is needed to do this, and also support a proactive and systematic approach with sustainable design and responsible digitalization. And I will end my talk with this citation from Einstein. If you want different results, do not do the same things. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very thought-provoking and well-timed presentation. We just finished on time. We'll take 1 or 2 quick questions. Yeah, please can we have the phone?
Professor, brilliant presentation. Looking at your criticality assessment, you know that certain economies, emerging economies, there are unavoidable sorry, expenses and dependencies, like how certain countries have to import fuel materials, metals for that matter, lithium,
Can
for
you
one.
speak closer to the mic?
Sorry,
Yeah, thank you.
lithium, for example, or uranium, things like that. And you spoke about alloys, so each alloy would have its own purpose, use, whatnot. Um, Materials that would go into an alloy, they would all have different contributing factors, but okay, how do you make it such that uh, you countries that import said materials for the alloy is sustainable and fits the purpose that it's being imported for?
So could you be specific on the question and make it precise? If you could just say in a single sentence, make it.
Okay, so dependent economies, how they have unavoidable expenses and dependencies, and so how
So if I could rephrase, I understood. I think the question is, how do emerging economies which have other considerations deal with these kinds of problems? Is it correct?
materials that low ranker on the criticality assessment scale.
So if I understand the ranking of the criticality, okay. So when we did this ranking of, we included the social perspective, and we then focused on two aspects that we could find data on, and that was conflict minerals. Conflict minerals, there are a list of areas where they have a potential that they have conflict minerals. So what we also stated, so that is one thing. The other one was actually if the burner content of phosphorus, because phosphorus is a critical element that actually is needed for agriculture. But if you extract the other metals, then you will also have some phosphorus. They don't want it, but it happens, and it actually is also a social issue that will actually be a problem to agriculture. So those two data we could find, and when it comes to the criticality part of conflict minerals, we know that it's really hard to exactly prove that the element is from that region, but it is a potential risk. That is how we were using it, as a potential risk that is from that region. When we talk about social sustainability, it is not, it shouldn't be that easy that you should try to just avoid to work with countries that have social issues. That will not be a sustainable solution. Actually, what we try to do also in our tools and methods is to support the companies to think in a way that they can collaborate and maybe find suppliers that they can collaborate and support, and also support them in that making a more social stable community, because that would be more in line with sustainability. But when you are selecting materials and you have to take what choice should you do, then this was a way that we used it to actually try to avoid those elements that come from those regions, if they know it comes from those regions. So it's a way to, in the early stages at least, to get some guidance.
Right. I think we'll close it here. I think this can follow up the discussion if it's okay. With that, I'll thank Professor Alston for a wonderful talk. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I will be around if you have more questions to me later. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful session. I'm sure the audience must have found it very insightful. Now, I would like to invite Professor Singh to felicitate Professor Sophie. Moving to our next keynote, I request Professor Singh to introduce Professor Puneet Tandon.
Right, it's a pleasure to introduce Professor Puneet Tandon, who is a joint professor of mechanical engineering and design at IIIT Jabalpur, where he currently heads the smart manufacturing discipline. With over 30 years of experience in engineering research and education, he has made significant contributions to innovative product design, biomedical devices, and hybrid manufacturing. Professor Tandon has an impressive portfolio of over 275 publications, 16 patents, and 2 books. He is the founder of Logic Lab and Social Innovations Lab, both of which have fostered groundbreaking research and startups. An advocate for the Make in India initiative, he has led several funded projects, including Imprint India, and has been involved in international collaborations focusing on indigenous machine development and translational research. Professor Tandon has made remarkable contributions to the technical curriculum development, establishing design and smart manufacturing programs, and an innovation cell at IIIT. Yeah, welcome. Please.
Good morning to all of you. Um, it's good to be back at ICORD. I unfortunately missed last couple of ICORDs, and so what talk I am going to give is basically more thought-provoking, something which people want to use it. Particularly, I'm talking in context of designers, and there are a lot of checkbacks also. So we have to think of that mainly because the topic of presenting this is generative AI is considered to be the thing which is going to happen in 2025, and whether it's going to survive or not, that's also going to be determined in this particular year. And uh, then this is the building of my campus lecture hall tutorial complex. The reason for choosing this building were twofold. Not only one that it shows the good architecture, but uh, almost 60, 70 years back when we were designing this particular complex, the architect of this thing, incidentally, you may not be able to realize but this is a frustum of a cone actually, a very typical frustum of a cone. So the architect came up with this particular design, and since we were not able to understand at that point of time, we asked him to give more designs. He was not able to do. He just gave minor aberrations, minor changes in this building and came up. But come to 2024, 2025, if you have given this type of building and you have used generative AI, everybody knows that we can have thousands of similar buildings, and uh, one can pick up what really wanted to give. So I'll basically confine my talk to two things primarily. One, I'll focusing on the role of generative AI in design and how generative AI is revolutionizing the design process. And second, I'll take up two case studies done by our group at IIIT in Jabalpur, one with the product sector and second with the service industry. Now, incidentally, uh, all of you, or most of you, I said, they will be aware that AI and generative AI are not the same thing. But just to keep it short, I may be using AI at multiple instances, but literally I'll be meaning generative AI. So if you look at the hierarchy, so AI is super set of generative AI, and that's what we are talking about. Now, presuming most of you know generative AI, but just to very quick introduction of generative AI, it's basically the tool, I'll use the word tool, which generate a lot of contents based upon the use of prompts. Prompts can be text or images. So it basically works on the input output model, and the input output can be either text or images, audio, video, visual, animation, stories, it can be anything. And as I said just now, it differs from AI because AI is predominantly rule based thing. But generative AI is a subset of AI definitely for that. And it basically captures the nuances in the system, and it adapts its behavior based upon the pattern it discovers. It works on different types of generative AI tools. They work on either foundation models or large AI models, basically LLMs, and which can do multitasking and go for out of box thinkings. Interestingly, if you look at the statistical figure, as on date, AI market is close to $100 million, but in next 5 years or so, it is expected to go 20,000 times to $2 trillion. And two very popular generative AI tools, which is ChatGPT and Midjourney. They are the one which takes input from large publicly available data, and which include even copyright works also, and generate multiple outputs. But not every generative AI tool works on the large data. Like we have, for example, if you look from the design perspective, we have graphic design and image generation tools. For example, you have Adobe Firefly, Designify, Runway, and then if you look at the bottom of the figure, we have Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, Microsoft Designer, Dali, and these are all basically which take images, generate images, either from the taking images as input or text as input, predominantly text as input. Then we have some other tools like Design AI, Deep Motion, Fusion 360 Autodesk, Designify, Wizard, OpenAI Sora, Unity. So yesterday I was interacting with some of the colleagues over here, and one point of discussion on this particular thing was that people keep on using different types of AI tools based upon their uh, practice or their habit or their liking, but there is no standard tool which particular tool should be used for what particular purpose. So if you look at the strengths and weaknesses of generative AI, so one good thing about generative AI is that it can generate large, diverse, and original output. But then there's a word seems also included in the same line. That's the weakness also, because many times we presume it's the original data, original diverse data, but that's not. Then it can like capture the nuances in the language that nobody has seen, but in the data, because based upon the strength, it captures it. Another big challenge with the generative AI is the ethical work, ethical framework, and we have to take care of ethical, social, environmental, and human costs, which are associated with the use of generative AI in the content generation. So broadly, if I just list down the strength of generative AI, we lead to diverse outputs. It levels the playing field. So it's something like even I don't know the tool, I don't need to learn it as larger base. I don't need programming to really use it. I can just use the tool. So suppose uh, I want to talk in French, but I don't know French. I can simply use one of these tools and I can converse very comfortably. It will increase the productivity of the organization. It's very good to personalize. So it captures your own styles, your own notes, the way you write, the way you draw, and it will give solution based upon that. And it has a lot of industry applications also. But coming to the weaknesses, which is one we have to focus if we want to generative AI to survive. The first thing is a lack of trust and authenticity. Uh, Most of the times, the output comes in a scenario which appears to be factual, but is not, and that is basically what you call AI hallucinations. So when we generate some output based upon the input given, we try to understand that it is correct, but AI tools do not understand what is given to it. Then it's basically based upon input output model, and there are a lot of inequalities and biases in the input. Based upon the inequalities and biases in the input, the output will be automatically biased or inaccurate. It can lead to fake news, misinformation. Deepfakes is a big thing which everybody is reading about or talking about these things. And uh, as I said just now, that it works on the prompts and training. So the entire architecture of the generative AI presume to a user to be true or correct, but it is not. There is no factual basis for the output it generates. The another weaknesses are copyright and ownership issue. It takes whatever data is available from any source, including copyright material, without seeking permissions. It's lead to a lot of carbon footprint, which is very uh, astonishing, I would say. Like for example, I just give one example: the amount of electricity required to train ChatGPT 4 is close to 50 to 60 gigawatts of thing, which leads to close to 15 metric tons of carbon dioxide generation, carbon footprint. And if you compare just this, so one flight, for example, from New Delhi to Rome generates just 1 metric ton of carbon footprint. So you can just presume the magnitude of carbon footprint is generating. Then it is based upon the feedback loop, and feedback automatically depends upon if the output is correct, the feedback will make meaning, otherwise it will be meaningless. and lastly, the ethical, social, and human cost. Because whatever uh, output is generated, that has to be uh, confirmed by reinforcement learning from human feedback, and that means everything which is generated that has to be validated by the users or people somewhere. Now, most of the companies, what they are doing, they are outsourcing this work to the countries where people are not giving due importance to the human labor, and they are paying paid in peanuts. So obviously, they also don't take care of that particular thing in that sense. So that leads to both human ethical issue, social issue, and the exploitation of human beings is also there. So when you talk about the usage of generative AI, there are a few key considerations. Like first is one must take care ethics in AI. Then very important thing is that we should use AI as a process, as a tool, not as a skill, and we must go for the responsible use of AI. Now coming to the role of generative AI in design, so it leads to creative content generation, it leads to design exploration, it helps iterations, ideations, and concept selection, all those things. It leads to personalization of design, your experiences. It leads to data augmentation. It leads to simulation of complex scenarios. And lastly, I have put healthcare because that's one case study I'll be taking up towards the end in brief because the work is still going on, so I can't go for it. And it creates, the good thing is it creates completely original designs. uh, Basically, why it is able to create is because it's taking the data and it's work upon the database solutions, not just by intuition things. So AI can automate tasks, it can propose new design approaches, it can analyze material options, it can test prototypes, and can make recommendation based on the project parameters. Uh, then with AI, engineering teams can work in a iterative manner very quickly, and design refinements can be done in real time. It can lead to generation of new ideas, that is concept generation, concept selection, analysis of the different concept. It leads to enhancing the speed of decision making. Prototyping also improves a lot, and in the parallel, it can assess the risk associated to that also. Uh, the strength of all this comes because it has the capability of scanning large amount of data on successful products, based upon which it can not only go for the current iterations, it can suggest alternatives also, and it can suggest different ways of user engagement. And but the best thing is that it can reduce the operational costs. The routine mundane tasks can be done by the generative AI, and the creative tasks can be left to the designer. And this will improve the efficiency and maintain a competitive edge. So the if you how design and AI are connected, we know the designers are supposed to create original designs, diversified and personalized work, and that requires high level of creativity. And when we need high level of creativity, that's the scenario when AI or generative AI enters into the things. So uh, with the progress in AI, it is also being capable of generating new types of creative architectures, creative works. And looking at the scenario at present, it seems apparent that industries and profession, both AI and design, will become very strongly linked to each other. But if you look the basic thing, philosophy, basic things of these, so design is a creative process, but AI is opposite to that. But what the people are doing is that they are able to integrate AI into different creative processes, and thus they will be eliminating the mundane tasks, repetitive tasks, and the creative work can be left to the brain power. And it's every phase of the design process can right from the user need to giving product back to the user, AI can be used. And taking this line as a punch, we have worked on one product, which is a welding helmet design. This is the first case study which I'm going to present. So I don't have the rights to show all the ideation generated because this work was done for a company Unimic by one of our students, and as per the NDA, I cannot show. But I'll show you all those designs which are being finalized. The other designs also which the company wanted to use for other applications. So this is a welding helmet, and welding helmet has changed a lot in the last few years. So the input of this was taken from the work which is being reported by McKinsey. So there were hundreds, even thousands of different designs were generated, And I'm just showing you two different iterations over here. Then after that, one of the concept was selected with the help of generative AI, including minor components, all minute elements were taken, they were placed properly, everything was looked into. And finally, we went for prototyping. So prototyping, uh, again, a lot of cases were generated. Started with the sketching and then went to the software, and all these things were generated. And based upon this, we chose one, but that was also modified based upon the manufacturability aspect, because the output which is given by the generative AI, that has certain limitations with the manufacturing aspect. So that was taken care, and then this design came up, which is not only one of the best looking at all the features, but manufacturable also. So if I summarize just this work, so AI tools can go beyond augmenting the design process, playing a crucial role in connecting products with consumer. And another very important feature with this, associated with this, is that the if you look at, for example, the UX designers, they can customize the user experience by using AI to determine the user's location, history, mood, age, gender, etc. So it is a lot of scope in UX also. So how it is doing? It is making accurate market predictions. So it can take input from the different set of users, and it can make predictions what people are going to like, what people are not going to like. It can also streamline user customer feedback. Uh, People give feedback at different forums. So with these generative AI tools, the software can connect all the feedback, compile it one place, and give it trend. What is likely to succeed, what is not likely to succeed, and then it can increase the iteration speed. It can improve the software interaction. It can lead to elevated creativity, and it has certain attributes like not only efficiency and productivity, but what is according to me most important is that it is giving decisions which are based upon data. So rather than subjective decisions, now the decisions are informed decisions, and obviously one can do the testing and simulations also very conveniently. This is another example where the interior of the car, and this is very complex, seems to be simple, but a car or aircraft has a lot of components, a lot of interior. So that has been modified by generative AI tools. Now, coming to the second work, which we started almost a year back, but we are still progressing, is the design practices for mental illness. And we wanted to use generative AI with design practices for treatment and detection of mental illness. Uh, so this is how some you may ask, why did we pick up this problem? So this is a journey of this particular problem. So we were thinking of going for some implementation of generative AI. So we thought, because one of the strengths of the generative AI is to generate image and videos. So we thought that we'll use generative AI in art creation. Then we thought that what are we going to do with this art? One thing can be it can be always displayed, but that's not man-made designs. They are computer-based generated, so not much value. So we thought that we'll use these artwork in solving certain problem. Then we started looking for the domain where which required art as a solution, and we thought let's try to use art creation in medical field. After this, also we have a lot of iterations like what to choose, what not to choose. But then we came up with use of art creation in treatment of mental illness, and that too particularly specifically we thought about early detection and therapy for schizophrenia and psychotic disorders. This came up. So idea was to revolutionize healthcare with generative AI, and when we were talking about mental illness, we thought that it will be common for all the mental illness. Uh, Fortunately or unfortunately, I say that with the present time, most of the young boys and girls are having a lot of mental problems. But the good thing is that they are ready to accept it, and they are ready. They wanted to get the solutions. So when we started exploring different types of mental illness, we included mood. We thought that it will work for all these things. But when we studied like mood disorders, anxiety disorders, psychotic disorders, personality disorders, neurodevelopment disorders, substance use disorders, eating disorders, we realized that we can't have one solution for all these ailments. So we focused on schizophrenia. The reason why we pick up this was that uh, it is still not fully understood why it happens. It can be because of a combination of genetic brain chemistry and maybe because of environmental factors associated with it also. So we looked at the schizophrenia. So there are positive symptoms and negative symptoms. No, positive and not negative from the qualitative point of view, but from the quantitative point of view, mathematical point of view. Positive is where the values are increased, and the negative is what is going down. Like for example, if you look at hallucination, delusions, disorganized thinking, abnormal motor behavior, in schizophrenia, all these things increases, not positive from the qualitative sense. And the negative symptoms are reduction or absence of some normal functions like effective flattening, anhedonia, evolution, social withdrawal. These all decreases with the people. Then there are certain cognitive symptoms also which affect memory and thinking. Like for example, impaired memory, poor executive functioning, attention deficits. So this leads to basically behavioral changes. So any person who is affected by schizophrenia, he or she withdraws from social interaction and family. There are changes in personal hygiene and self-care. There are erratic and unpredictable behavior leading to difficulties in the relationships, and there are increased susceptibility to stress and emotional turmoil. So there are various methods of detection of schizophrenia. I'll just show. I don't want to go through it. Clinical assessment, behavior observation, physical examination, psychological testing. But what doctors have realized more is antipsychotic medication, psychotherapy, and psychoeducation and hospitalizations are much better things to deal with this. So, and the challenges when you go for treatment of schizophrenia is that there's lack of personalization. Whatever tools are available, they are considered to be one solution for all types of ailment. But that's not correct. Every ailment will have a different solution, different way of solving it. There is very limited access to art therapy, what excited us to look into this particular domain, and there's need for innovative solutions. So this is the way we went for exhaustive literature review. We attended a lot of workshops on seminars on AI, and we interacted with a lot of doctors of various types, not only psychiatrists or psychologists, but also physician, neurosurgeons, all those people, and we accumulated a lot of data. And the key finding was that it presented a diverse range of symptoms which requires individualized diagnosis. The diagnosis is complicated because of overlapping systems. They are most challenging is the cognitive impairments and emotional blunting. There is also stigma which is associated. There are limited resources for clinical settings which can take art therapy into account, and even the doctors need to be continuously educated and trained to uh, to address these problems. So, how do you use generative AI in schizophrenia? Is early detection and diagnosis. They can be personalized treatment plans. There's virtual therapy and support. There's art and creative therapy, which we are focusing more, and there's a continuous feedback and adjustment. So, as I said, that we are still working on this particular problem. So, we have some results, but we are not confident about those results. So, I'm not sharing those results over here. But basically, to wind up my thing, so we can use generative AI only if we are cautious that we are using it in a fresh manner. It can automate routine tasks. It can offer fresh creative insight. It can optimize design workflow. It can improve UX research and discovery workflows. Uh, the question somebody asked yesterday was also that whether AI can replace designer. The answer is big no, because it's a tool and it has to be tool. Ultimate decision making, ultimate creativity will be in the hand of human being. It can be only used as an augmented intelligence. And what is important at this point of time, I don't know what is going to happen in next 3 months or 6 months. That is, working with generative AI is inevitable, and it's best to that the designer find proper ways to use it to complement their potential. But it's ultimately the designer who is going to interpret and create the information which generative AI tools are doing. There are certain challenges with the potential use of AI tools also. Most of them I have already mentioned, so I just wanted to put it over here. But the best thing is that it can lead to creating of unique creative experiences, and if we embrace the future of design with the help of generative AI, that's going to be helpful. So the work on mental illness is being done by one of the master students, Samiksha Joshi, and the work of helmet design, welding helmet design, is done by Jitin Kakade at Unimic. He's an undergrad student, and there are a lot of people in the design discipline at Jabalpur which I've been interacting with. So thank you. Uh, these are some of the bibliographical work.
Thank you, Professor Tandon. Yeah, the floor is open for questions. Yeah, please, over there.
Hello, Professor. My name is Ritvik. I work at Optum. And coming from the industry, we are pretty much in the age of the MVP, minimum viable product. So you push an MVP out as soon as possible, you are sort of, crowned the king.
Correct.
And the thing what is happening is, thanks for saying that, AI is not going to replace designers, but we have a lot of product experts right now, like product managers who have some sort of a certification in UX, and they're getting enabled by these AI tools, and they are going ahead directly with design and development. Bolt, for example, is a prompt-based tool that gives you fully front-end deployable websites. How do you convince these people that not to cut off designers from this process, because their output still doesn't satisfy the user's needs or requirements? It falls short. There are drawbacks, shortcomings, and you also spoke about
Yeah,
AI
I'll sorry,
hallucination.
just to interrupt. I'll request everyone to keep their questions short.
I got it. Okay. So one thing is very clear uh, because it's like, for example, generative AI has become a fad, so everybody is thinking whatever being generated by it is much better than what human beings can generate. But that's not factually correct because ultimately it's based upon input output model, and like we know about the computers also, it is like just like ego. If you give garbage, output will be there. So ultimately, we require designers who can give proper prompts, proper inputs, so that whatever output is coming, that is not only correct but variable also. Like for example, I showed you the case of helmet design. For example, that's a complete. So I can talk about that particular thing. So the types of designs we came up were close to thousands. First filtration, we leave it to certain hundreds. And then finally, even when we finalize one thing, we realize the challenge that whatever we finalize, that's not going to be manufacturable. So maybe I understand your point because the product managers have certain strength, the designers have certain other strength. So basically, handshaking is required, which need to be done in a proper manner.
Any more
It's been very
questions?
interesting presentation. You see, the generative AI is very tempting to use. What I've seen, if you can ask intelligent question, you get good answers. But my point is, if you use generative AI for writing an article or a book or research or a product like this, how do you acknowledge? And is not acknowledging is legally incorrect.
It's legally incorrect. That's right.
How do you do it? Write a paper, you go to the generative AI n number of times. You don't have a record of that. And sometimes what happens, the answer you get so impressed with the answer, you put the same language also. You don't correcting,
But just
words also.
to supplement what you said, that if you are the expert in the domain and you read it, the answer which you get, it may have many factual incorrectness. So the question is how to acknowledge. Uh, I really don't know how to do it at this point of time because there are no sources. But yes, all these tools which check for plagiarism, they have now started including the plagiarism from the AI tools also, and they capture and they say that this is this is taken from here, or this is Chat GPT generated, and which put a red mark or flag on that particular thing. But the same case is being acknowledged by anybody, then the link is complete and that's not flagged actually. So partially people are working on that particular domain also because generative AI is picking data without seeking any permissions. So it is putting it also that way.
Okay, there's another question there.
Over there,
Over here. The center.
the center.
Thank you, Professor Tandon. I am Sugandh. I am from IDC IIT Bombay. Uh, we've been running this course very recently, designed for future elective course, and I'm proud to say that we used 5 different AI tools to generate the concepts, basically to go with the flow. So I am fully confident what you're saying. I have two very, very short questions. One is, if we create a design using an AI tool, who is the owner? Because we are used the tool and the tool is creating the thing. So is, let's say, open, the chat GPT or the mid journey, do they become the owner or do you become the owner? And so that raises an issue of IP, that would I get the IP or would I share the IP with chat GPT, or what do we do? And the follow-up question is, if the created design creates does something wrong, let's say I used Autodesk Fusion to create a generative AI something out of it, and design fails, then who is to be blamed? Thank you.
So the answer to both your questions is almost the same actually. As I said, that all these generative AI based solutions are based upon the inputs or the prompts. So it depends upon who is giving the prompts and how much input, whatever input is given, how much is verified that particular input. Now, most of the governments are working on regulations to these things also. So as of now, the as asked by her also, that nobody is acknowledging the usage of ChatGPT or any sources. So as on date, the ownership and the fallacies associated with that attached with the designer will attach there. But tomorrow, if proper sharing concept comes, that what will be the amount of the work credit given to the designer and what to the software, probably the things can change. But as on date, it is the all the all the kudos and all the pitfalls are on designer only.
Question here.
Thought it's already closed now. It came up.
We saved some time. I didn't realize. So
I wanted to.
Yeah, I think fascinating talk and great topic. I'm just following up on the previous question. I think we need to look at it. It's more of a comment, but I want you to comment on that comment. That when somebody, let's say, bought a finite element analysis software and then use that software to analyze a part and modified the part based on the evaluation that is received. Normally, we would assign the ownership of the final design to the person who used the finite element analysis, not to the finite
Software.
element software. So I think from that point of view, I see that same logic would apply also to use of a Gen AI tool, both the right and the responsibility of that. So if something goes wrong, they are to be blamed, and if something goes right, then they are to be awarded. Only issue here is that ChatGPT is now getting into other people's copyrighted data
Correct. That's the
in
problem.
order to create that.
And the difference between a FEA software and a generative AI is that it's creating so-called original solutions,
Well,
new solution,
y-
which any FEA solution is working on the your
yeah,
designs only. It's only tweaking and checking like this is going to work, this is not going to work.
yeah.
But no new content generation is being done.
Yeah, so that's where I maybe slightly differ, because I don't see them as different.
Correct.
Both of them are two computer programs. Both of them take an input. Let's say you and I are developing a product. I am the evaluator and you are the generator. We still apply for a patent together, no?
Generator. No, but the question which Sugant asked was very valid because
I agree.
ChatGPT is generating new solutions also, which in this case, in the FEA software, a designer is not generating.
But without the input of the evaluation,
That's true.
that new idea would not be there.
But it's very minor tweaking if you look
right.
at.
Sorry, I'll interrupt here.
Yeah.
Just in the interest of time.
Yeah,
I think it's a wonderful discussion which we
Yeah.
can have, and it's a good trigger
Thank
for
you.
discussion outside. I thought, given that we had some extra time, I'll also come back to our first speaker, because we did, at that time I didn't realize that there was some more time. So if there are more questions for the first speaker, we can take a couple of questions there before we start the next presentation. So if we, yeah, so there we have. So we need to bring a mic also to the Professor Halstead, and also after the, yeah.
Hi, thank you both for your lovely presentations. So to Professor Sophie, I just had one question. So I also work or my research interests are also in sustainable transitions for resource constrained communities. And one challenge that we generally face in this particular context is how to balance the human sustainability with the ecological sustainability. There may be interventions that are ecologically extremely sustainable, but may not be sustainable for the community, or may not be efficient or usable. So how do we balance that and create interventions that are equitable?
Thank you very much for the question. It's very relevant and it's a tricky uh, problem. What we say is that it's really important that to take those into consideration at the same time. Otherwise, you will end up with having sub-optimization. So what we see today is that many companies today focus on the ecological aspects because it's easier to find data on that and make decisions out from that perspective. But then it may be that you end up with a social issue or social problem in somewhere in the life cycle. So it's how to balance it. It is of course, I would say, would it be a good choice to actually not to select something that is not socially sustainable, because that wouldn't work if you have a community that don't have possibility to find food, for example. They would not support the environmental protection, so to say. So it has to go hand in hand. And therefore we can try to consider the sustainability aspects to include the social and ecological aspects together, and try to find the criteria for both. So in this sustainability design space, it is both ecological and sustainability, social sustainability aspects considered for defining the whole sustainable design space.
Right. Thank you. One last question, and keep it brief if you have a question. Right. I realize that I, of course, broke the flow of your thoughts, but you can, of course, come back and ask questions later. So with that, we'll close this part. So thanks, Professor Tandon. I'll ask the MCs to take over. And
So, thank you, sir. It was extremely insightful listening to you, and thank you for the healthy discussion that we just did. I request Professor Singh to please felicitate Professor Puneet. Thank you, sir. For the last keynote session for today, we have with us Professor Amrendra Kumar Das. I would request Professor Singh to please introduce and welcome the speaker.
thank you. It's an honor again to introduce the third speaker, Professor Amrendra Kumar Das. He's a professor in the Department of Design, IIT Guwahati, with diverse expertise in design and technology. Most of his designs are directly related to society, whether these are assistive devices or water filtration systems for potable water. His design emphasis is to design products for society and market these successfully. His notable designs include Deep Vahan, human-powered tricycle rickshaws, electric three-wheelers, rural buses, river cruise ships, handlooms for the weavers, to name a few. He received various awards and patents, but he's a firm believer of open access design for the benefits of the society. Welcome, Professor.
Good noon. We are down to earth at the base of the economy, base of the society. What you will see is the works that actually relates to sustainability without a single word of sustainability. because it as a designer you have to build in. Otherwise, your design will never come. So, as I have been introduced like that, being from a business family, it was the money that matters. If whatever you do doesn't get you rewards, like people are now doing gamification, it has no value. If you do something, there has to be value. It is not bad. When I joined IIT Guwahati, when I talked about creating value, people are telling, "ये बनिया कहाँ से आ गया यहाँ?" But later on, they say, "You generate money. You just cannot be just teaching." So that was where it is. But then, being in business, we are always looking into opportunities. And being in my father was in pharmaceutical business, creating medicines. We are always associated with the societies, and my father always used to say accessibility and affordability. So when we started my work, in many cases, I got into creating things and I became a designer because before designers also formal design education, I used to design. And then I realized why one should actually have formal design. So many times I know a few days, this 1 or 2 days back, sir, how will design join IIT Guwahati as a faculty? You people are putting so much of restriction that one background, one degree, either bachelor's or master's has to be in design. Just doing PhD in design is not good enough to design. I don't want to say so many things. But I have realized that I had a very good engineering background, everything, and when I designed the product were very much functional. There is no doubt. But I was not happy because human factors is missing many times. Even the aesthetics that you want was not there. So just I talk about here is design is initiating change in the man-made world. Context that I'm talking is about society. It's very easy to design for companies that has money. They have to go to the legal formulations. Legality has to be followed up. They have everything to do. But when you come to the society, when Professor Sophie has said resource constraint, resource constraint with the people who are standing on the footpath. Resource constraint is those who cannot get a scooter, aspirations of the people to go from here and there. Resource constraint is 7,000 rupees versus 8,000 rupees. That 7,000 rupees a traditional tricycle rickshaw is available and 8,000 is not affordable to the rickshaw puller. Then it becomes a challenging thing. So I talk about your society. All of us design. Most of us are designs. Now, modern design, now we publish more. Okay? But publication should be part of the design. When you do the design, publications will come up. Publication design should talk about yourself. But what is the sustainability rate of this? This is the only word I am talking about sustainability. We design so many things. Students design so many work in their projects and all these things. What is the sustainability? How it comes to use? That is where context remains. If we have to benefit the societies, it has to come. So what are the challenges? Everybody has. Professor Sophie has challenges. I have challenges. All designers have challenges. What are those challenges? Those challenges I'd like to address to some questions. And these questions everybody has to ask when they design. It's not that I have to ask. Questions that we'll have to ask is who initiates? Many times when a design comes, what is the ownership? Do you have the ownership to the design? If you have the ownership of the design, chances is that you will be successful. If it is not ownership that you have, maybe it happens. I'll show you some projects. Students work for their master's project, graduate projects, PhD project. They got their degrees and they left. They did not continue the project, although it was good. So that is where it comes to ownership. So who initiates? Who funds? There is no dearth of funds. Government also need to spend money. DST is spending so much of money. I had done an excellent project under DST. Results were very good. But when we want to take it to the people, then problem came. There is no money to take it for further. People talk about startups. I became part of the startup systems. I was talking about it when IIT Guwahati did not have. They give me 25 lakhs rupees, maybe less than 10 years back, with a rider. I only spent that money to develop the product, not to sell. They gave me an air-conditioned room, not a work shed where I need to work. So those are some of the real challenges that you face, that where it comes. So who funds? Fund is important, where the fund gets. So I learned from one thing. When I was a young person, got my job into first, I was interested in funding. There's a publication from Reliance because they were selling this stocks. People are not so much on stocks. So they said 25% of your all your earnings should be spent on saving to make your life happier. Initially, I saved. Then I learned if I have to do something, 25% of my salary goes in research that I do. I don't look for funds because when you spend the money from your pocket, the value becomes more. So funding is an important thing. So we'll see how it comes. Who sponsors or implement? Many times, being in academics, unless there's an industry who is sponsoring it, who will take it to the market, it's very difficult. You have a good product, but there is no implementation. I'll show you case studies where we have done excellent work, but did not get implemented because ownership was with us designing it. But taking it to the market, this ownership was not there. So we'll also talk about that. Who designs? Okay, if you are the designer and you are also self this one funding type of thing, you will have a different type of thing. Mostly it comes with innovators. Finally, they may not become innovators, okay, sorry, entrepreneurs, but it happens. Innovators will not look for something. I have been working for last 40 years, almost less than 40 years, with innovators. They will spend all their money to come up with some solution they think is okay. But if it succeeds, they get into that thing. Some become entrepreneurs, some doesn't. So it is very important who designs. It is somebody gives me to design, or I have an idea and I gave it to somebody to design. So whether he will get the right results. Who manufactures? After designing, yesterday also I was acting in my shares to one of the persons who presented his design. I said, okay, fine, you have made this design. Who manufactures it? Because your good design may be there, but you may not be able to get manufactured. I know Alimco, who is supposed government of India's organization, who is supposed to make assistive devices. They have one or two designs. You go to them and give a good design. Even if you have patented it, they will not make it because they are sitting with that mindset. They have nothing to do except stopping any good design. So it's very important that you take care who will manufacture, who promotes. Somebody pay you for the design, but they may not promote your design. So some promotions has to be there. It may be government depending upon what aspects and somebody else. And what promotional strategy you want. Like no, if you come up with a product and then to popularize it, you need to spend lots of money, lots of connections, all these things, then it is difficult because you are dependent on somebody. You'll have to find out promotional avenues, how it comes, where the profits go. Many cases, it's the matter of profit. Because if some design has come, who will get benefited, whether some there will be, as a designer, you will get some money or all these things. We have very good experience. Once I did a design for the northeastern regions. It was a greenhouse. I didn't imagine what will be the business things for that. At what volume that business will go. Person who wanted me to design, the company was promoter was from I am Ahmedabad. He knew the business, so he said, "Okay, professor, how much you need? This." I thought anyway, okay, this is not a challenging task for me because I'm not his. I did it with a meager sum of 3,75,000 rupees. In 1 year, he must have made 37.5 crores. Because tie-up was like that on my base design. What was noticed, because topology is very different. There is slopes and all these things. My design has to adapt to that. Not it is flat. So their thing was that they sell uh, their designs to that product what I designed, and they also manage the uh, propagations of fruits and vegetable inside that, and they export it. So huge amount. So it is also happens that where profit comes. So you may have to think. Suppose somebody says that I'm making too much of money by doing something, then they will not be always helping you out. Whom it benefits? Who is the actual people that benefits? If really benefit the society, you have a chance to really go down. And when it means society, like all this that we do in industry, reducing environmental pollution, all these things, doesn't directly come to, although it comes, it doesn't directly come to a person like government is doing like direct benefit transfer. So many times we know that environment is getting spoiled, but I think how much it is spoiling me. So it's very important who it benefits. So as I have been already told, many people will say Professor Das has finished all his life doing only one thing, that is Dibbahan. It is not so. But this is a epic things that we have been doing and we are getting it there. This is of course the second version. Now I am answering those questions to see the success of your design. If you are doing for the society, I have raised this question. Now here, who initiates? Myself with students, BDAS and BTech interns from NITs. First, as a teacher, I'm supposed to teach them how to design. So it was part of the academic, I put it in the academic thing. But finally, they gained this thing. Those people also who came, they gained some insights into the design and came up with something. But finally, it is me that has to carry on the design. So what it means, I had the ownership. I wanted to see that this is the design I have made and I want to make it successful. That is why it is important who initiates, who funds. Initially self, because I liked it that to work onto that. So I spent some money from myself. But when things were working it out, then Northeastern Development Finance Corporation, they came up with some money. They wanted technology economy development fund money to be used because nobody was using it properly. But rider was that it leads to income generation. So they gave a very small amount of money, but doesn't matter. It was helpful. So we registered a project called Design of a Tricycle Rickshaw. If you see the title, IITG NetFee Initiative for Income Generation. So they have nothing to do with design. Said, I'm giving you the money. Can you generate income for that? It was important because when you are actually creating income generation avenues, it is important what is the amount required to create income generation for one person. People are talking about big industries. If you go to setting up a refineries like which was done in Assam, one refineries now it cost maybe 10,000 crores. Not even 1,000 employment was generated. No. So if you see the amount of money required to generate one job, it is too huge. Our population is so much. We have to generate income at a very less capita per person. So they thought that we'll do it for them, and it came. So I'm taking this case study. Okay, just buying something like that. What is the important thing about society when I talk about society? Not just because I want to talk about society doesn't change in a single day. You have to be part of the society. What is existing in the society will have to gradually change. So when we are designing, we are looking into, as a designers, what will be things that will come after 10 years, what people will immediately do, what people will think immediately, non-designers, what they will do. So we came with some of the things that, okay, these are the things. And when we're talking about it, one aspect of this thing was, in 1995, northeastern regions of India has banned felling of the trees because uh, tree cover, green cover was reducing. They said you cannot fell tree. Traditional rickshaws you will see over there used to have lots of woods to make its bodies, etc. So there's ingrained situations to build up that sustainability that we will not get wood, and if we still use wood, we will get into smuggled goods, which are illegally felled. So we didn't talk about it, but we thought of replacement. We have various things. I'm just telling you, Ajay, because there is some young people, designers, all these things, how you go about. Maybe AI will generate better ideas from that, but it was a things that we also have to train. As it is, we are using CAD to see it, how the things is happening, what are the aspects is using some CAD. We are doing modeling, all these things that you cannot avoid. We are taking the traditional process of verifications, like creating alpha model, beta model, and all these aspects, going into taking extensive trialing, documenting it, how things are happening. We are changing the structures. Rickshaw has a different structures, the traditional things, different frames. We have gone into different frames. We used to call it space frame because there is nothing in between. It's a cell design. So it's easier. Shock absorbance is good. Need to validate again. I'm talking about when we are doing these designs, we are not considering rickshaw as a rickshaw, that low cost type of situations. We are trying to put the best of the practices. Like these rickshaws, from the beginning, we said we'll do the exactly how a automobile is done. So we also have done product clinics and all these things and putting. And best part of the things is that people who are not designer, they criticize design very well, saying it is bad. So we wanted to, like, people were telling, hey, it is made of steel. It will be very heavy. No, it will be very difficult. We didn't wanted to answer those things like that. We used to only observe. And once we are taking, there's a light into this, I think, yes. Once we are going for a product clinic and product trials, we left our rickshaws at the ground floor of a apartment and we went up to have some tea with my friends. We came and found out our rickshaw was missing. What happened to that rickshaw? These guys found out, small kids, where they took it out. Now, if that kid is able to ride that rickshaw so properly, I don't need to give any explanation to others कि ये light है, ये strong है, ये all है. All these things is happen. We used to take those clues. So we are showing it into this one, like product clinic that people are doing, and we introduce. Introduction, when you are introduced, when it is coming, as I said, society is very different. If you go with one product one day, they will keep on finding fault with you. So we have to remember, society believes only seeing things. If you see 100 things on one day of one things, they are convinced this is good. So we created 300 rickshaws. We didn't release any rickshaws. 300 rickshaws we created, and we released on single day in a big manner. By the evening, Guwahati was full of rickshaws. Newspapers, media, everybody is telling. So people are thinking, ये तो यहाँ बना नहीं होगा. बिल्कुल नहीं बना, बाहर से आया होगा, अच्छा होगा. अरे एक नया रिक्शा देखा है, ही इज फ्रॉम से 30 किलोमीटर्स अवे फ्रॉम द अदर. अरे हमारा जगह में भी है, अरे बहुत बढ़िया है. So social will have to see what is their mentality. So we released that one. This was the first person. Now here we are answering something who sponsors implemented. As a designers, as a IITs, we have done prototyping all these things, and we have prepared 2-3 prototypes, tested it, and then now we have to implement it. IIT is not going to go into the business. Neither we are thinking of just putting it. We are looking into things. People who work with the society NGOs, we found out. So here sponsor means one product is ready, not before product. We don't call something sponsors that is become a consultancy work. Takes initial introduction to the market. First phase, there are NGOs who are actually starting a project. They wanted to microfinance rickshaws. They failed.
Mr. Das, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll go. So what we did it with this is that we worked with them. They are in the societies, and we only formulated products and product strategies. What were the strategies? What we used to do in rickshaw bank things? That we studied that rickshaw pullers were paying 25 rupees that day. Maybe today it is 15 to more than 20 years back. They were paying 25 rupees as a hiring charges for 8 hours. We said we'll give you the rickshaw in 25 rupees per day, and you pay 300 days, rickshaw becomes yours. Ownership comes to that. But where our original money comes, we talk to the corporates, Oil India, ONGC, all this thing. We said, see, you have big budgets. We don't want your CSR. You give us advertisement of 7 lakhs rupees each or multiple of 7 lakhs each. We will give you 100 mobile advertisement at the back of the rickshaws. So it is your expenditures, you don't have to bother. They gave it 28 lakhs they gave, so we made 400 rickshaws. Our capital was zero interest, so we could put it. Other promotional things we did is that we people has a perception that the rickshaw is a very cheap things. What we did, we took the license from the government through IIT. License was one thing from municipality. It used to cost you 20 rupees, but used to be sold at 10,000, 20,000, because many people don't have any identity they take, and then you can get a rickshaw. Rickshaw is good. So even if you have money to buy rickshaws, you may not get the license. So we made it part of it. We gave them uniform, we gave them identity card, we gave them when it was involved with IOC, so we got the gas cylinder connection for these people. We work with the bank to give them. Now Modi ji gives zero balance account to all. Earlier, those people are not being able to get a bank account, so we created accounts from them. So implementations, we said, who promotes? IIT Guwahati, we promoted the rickshaws through media and all these things. Media is always hungry of news, so provide them properly. They give you free this one. Initial capital, I said already like this. It's not going. Next slide. What happened? Can you help? Yeah. So a few snapshots, how we have changed the sense. Who manufactured that question? We saw how it was manufactured, and we helped. This was a traditional manufacturing, and we helped organize this first type of thing. You can see me there. These rickshaws are part of these 300 rickshaws that we released in one day. We made it and kept in adding it, trained it up, put the technologies to them, and then again asked where the profits go. Initially, Rickshaw Bank project, that first project, first phase was non-profit. So everybody worked equally because it was the success that was mattered, not the money. Later on, of course, I'll show you what happens. We got into profitability. No royalty, we did not take any royalty for them, but they have to acknowledge that it is done by us and they can make it profitable and sell to others. So whom benefited? It was the rickshaw pullers. They benefited. They got a rickshaws. They were paying the same money to hire it. Now they become, and their lives also become better because we did lots of things for them. Passengers, they always used to have problems with very defective rickshaws. They were happy. More people were using rickshaws. IIT Guwahati was definitely there because IIT Guwahati, many of you may not know, was part of the Assam agitation. They demanded a IIT. After 5 IITs, after 3 decades, one IIT Guwahati came in Assam, in Northeast. So people are looking up society ke liye kya kya. But when we put out the rickshaws and all these things, parliamentary committees, chief minister of Assam, all these people appreciated it. And you know how many rickshaws are there in Assam now, or in some places, including Banarasi, all 500,000 rickshaws. No? So that is what's happened. NGOs benefited and banks come up with their, because they were not being able to do the microfinance. There is no assurity they will get the money. What we used to do, 5 rickshaw puller will come together. They will guarantee for each other. Money is given to them. 25 such rickshaw, that is 5 groups, is assigned to one rickshaw repairing shop. They were given passbook. They will go every day and deposit the money, and once in a week, the NGO will collect the money. So all things were done very systematically. So banks were also benefited, but then it doesn't answer. There was demand from government of Assam that they want those rickshaws to be given to the beneficiaries. We immediately upgraded. We made this another thing. Now we want royalties. We designed further one better rickshaws, and those rickshaws were actually licensed out. IIT got, you cannot, means it's, I should not speak. People were telling, rickshaw bana ke kya karoge? We got more than 10 millions in direct and indirect revenues. So here again we say this time funds are provided by SME and IJRA, Indian Jute Research Organization. Here the sustainability things comes. We are using composites, but it is jute composites, which get decayed if you release. So promotes all some of these things remains. So here you can see it like now again this type of things in the factory floor you can see what the kids was using. Again, many of it knows, who doesn't know, that girl is now pursuing her PhD. She is my daughter. The son is pursuing this thing. We have created things like no, got the family involved into it also, like no ownership. So many factories were licensed, they were doing it, and we came up with variations because society doesn't need only one thing; they need more, including low cost versions, and all our advertisement promotions was through free exhibition that was given in, whether it is Pan IIT, whether it is FIXI, CII, wherever they have exhibition, they want IIT to participate, will be there to do it.
So, Professor Das, if I
Yes.
could request you to close it now.
Yes, I'll just show these things goes. What are the services we provided? Different requirements came because we, after Assam, Guwahati, we have to span to other areas. So we came up with modular designs we have provided, and now electrics. In fact, our electric came 3 years back. That model we have done much earlier, but that was badly implemented. So now we are removing these licenses. We're coming out with one, and this is, I'm not showing the final model because we are going for design registration, but there is many things that you learn. Look, those are on the same models like that, but these are electric, so those work actually help us to get into the electrics. Many other type of things. These did not get successful in spite of being very good because there is no ownership was there, but fund was not there. That promoters was not there. These are for disabled people also. These are some of the things I was talking about. DST project, excellent things, but DST did not even issue the letter that we can actually commercialize. Some of these things which was done, but did not show the light. I just wanted to show the society. This was one of the things which is implemented by army. It is society, of course, but they did not release us permission to do it for the civilian population. This is iron removal. But this is ambulance. Dipanga is sitting there. He did his PhD with that. Very successful product, but because government don't want to put it or spend money, promoters. That is what I want to say. It may be for society, but without all these linkage, design never comes to the society. I think true. Of course, this all will remember. What I said, this is around 2019, 2017. This is the one we designed, Cruiser. But because it was a owner was there, we have owned the design, say, but they paid for it. So it became a successful aspect. So how society benefits from this? Yes, it is part of the tourism and many things come. So my idea is that every strata you will have to find out and then do it. I think it is over. This is looms. This also we have made, but still not successful. We have sold for 20 million rupees. The final package. Some people are working, and anyway, these are some of the things is in this one. This is not successful, although thing was good done for armies. You can yes, end of it.
Thank you very much. Sorry to rush you, but yeah, we just have to maintain the time.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll be happy to take one quick question. Please keep it short. All right. You're all helping with the time if you're not raising you. Yeah. One quick question would be fine. Okay. There's one over there in that corner, please. At the far end.
I think they are there. I'm anyway available outside always.
The great work, sir. One is regarding these manual, um, I mean, movement. I mean, using human labor for moving people. What would be the next step of it? I mean,
What is the
next step. I mean, we have millions of these now.
that is electric now?
Now the electric.
Electric. I'll tell you. People fear Chinese, right? Chinese tricycle rickshaws, they call e-rickshaws, are invented everywhere. In Assam, in Guwahati particular, our electric rickshaws are giving them challenge. They sell for 1,80,000, 60,000. Our electric rickshaws are selling for 80,000. And they have gone to influence decision from the transport department to ban our rickshaws, but in High Court, we got an injunction that our rickshaws are okay as long as it is Dibba and it will go. And that's why we're coming out with new design. So my situation is like that. Some people talk about child labor. You don't use child labor. You decide whether you want the child to starve and die, or no, or you do something. Similarly, human labor. Anyway, we are doing human labor. There is a dialogue called: these people eat and then run to keep fit. The other people run to eat. The job. So here, people are already doing it, but we made it better. That is it. But now it is all electrics, but things are there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful session. I think overall with all the three speakers, it was a pleasure to listen to you all. I think with that, we still have more. So there are some exciting news to be had, but we'll first felicitate and yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Singh to felicitate Professor Ekidas. Thank you, sir. This brings us to the end of today's keynote sessions. A big thanks to Professor Vishal Singh for chairing this session. May I please call upon Professor Chakrabarti to felicitate Professor Singh for being the chair of this session. Thank you, sir. Before we break for lunch, we have an exciting announcement to make. I invite Professor Chakrabarti to share more.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so ICORD has been so far running and several other events like iForum, another conference. Then we started the DRM Gurukul, which is running every year. And I have the exciting news to share with you. Now we are going to initiate a design research academy, which we are going to call Design Academy of Design Sciences Foundation India, under the banner of which all of these activities will come together. And that will allow us to do multiple things. One is that it will allow us, first of all, to decouple it from individual accounts and so on. So the entire handling of money becomes much easier for all faculty members. But more importantly, the money that is received from one can then be truly utilized in supporting other events in this portfolio. And third is that it will allow us to also provide discounts and other things in a more equitable manner across these events. So I'm excited to share with you the Design Academy of Design Sciences Foundation's initiation, under which at the moment these three activities will come. One is the running of the ICORD, the other is the running of the iForum, and the third is the running of the DRM Gurukul. And our principles for the academy would be based on four principles. One is principle of quality. We'd like to hold the highest possible quality of research into design. We would be holding on to the principle of inclusivity, which means all types of design research will be included there and not one or the other. The third is principle of responsibility, where we would be committed to the vision, which is to establish and operate as an academic and peer society in India, focusing on research into design sciences, fostering the development of vibrant academic community of the highest international standards, and promoting collaboration, inclusivity, and innovation in all areas of design research. And we would like to promote and disseminate high quality research outputs through conferences, workshops, seminars, schools, winter, summer schools, webinars, journals and other publications to focus on topics of relevance to India and to the world. And third, we would like to recognize and support individuals and organizations for outstanding achievements in design sciences and to collaborate with stakeholders to advance policy, consultancy, and academic awareness of this area. So that's what we'd like to be committed to. That is the principle of responsibility. And finally, the principle of ownership. We may be endorsing events and so on, or even running events, but the ownership will remain with with those who have initiated those activities. So more is going to come in your way, but I'm excited to right away announce that for the next 2 years, not including the next ICORD, all of you are going to have free membership of the academy. And what does it mean really? It means that any event that is going to happen, as I said, not including the next ICORD, but DRM Gurukul or iForum and so on, you will have a discount for because of your membership. So that's a right away thing, but there are more that are going to come in the over the next course of time. We are going to contact you, to be part of this body, to initiate that, to run that, and so on. But I am really happy that this came at the time of ICORD, and I'm happy to share that. So exciting time for all of us. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we leave, we would like to give you certain instructions and we have certain requests for you all. Firstly, please do not bring any kind of beverages or food items inside the Audi. And please do not throw any pencil shavings or any garbage in the plant pots. We have bins assigned for that. Please use them. And two very important announcements. For the merit certificates, they will be available at the registration desks from 2 p.m. today. You may please collect them. And for the gala, the buses will begin to move from the venue assigned from 5:30 p.m. right after the panel workshops end. And the last bus, it leaves at 6:15. And you might have all received invites in your emails for the gala. And the dress code is ethnic and formal. And everyone is requested to please wear your ID cards for the gala and the stoles that has been provided in the registration kit. And now the last announcement is that we have an exhibition arranged for all of you right outside the conference area and in front of the registration desk. So as soon as you get time after the panel sessions, please pay a visit. And that's it. We now have a lunch break, and after that, we'll have the panel sessions and the workshops. That's it. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just quickly check if all the presenters are here. Chandni, Suryendu, Deepak John Matthew, Riddhi Chaudhary, Rana Shinde, Utkarsh, Utkarsh Siwal, Swati Pandey. Swati? Wait. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the parallel session. It's a short podium. I'm Muskan. I will be your host for this session. The track for this session is Design Aesthetics, Semiotics, and Semantics. The session will have 8 presentations, a couple of announcements for the presenters and the audience. We'll strictly follow the time schedule, so kindly finish your presentation within the stipulated time. The presenter has 5 minutes for their presentation, and for 2 minutes for the changeover. A time play card will be shown when there's 1 minute left and when the time is up, followed by a final bell. For audience, a 30-minute question answer session will happen at the end. So it's advised that you write down your questions. We may start now. Kindly put your phones on the silent mode so there's no disruption. This session is being chaired by Dr. Sanjeevni Ayachit. Dr. Sanjeevni Ayachit is the director at the Symbiosis Institute of Design and Dean of the Faculty of Architecture and Design at Symbiosis. She holds a PhD from SIU, a master's degree in clothing textiles from MS University of Baroda, and over 20 years of experience in the field of apparel design, design education, and consultancy. Her interests lie in the areas of heritage Indian textiles, costumes, fashion design process, design thinking, and inclusive design. I may now hand over to Dr. Sanjeevni Ayachit to initiate the session.
Thank you, Muskan. Um, Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session on at this auditorium. And there is an exciting lineup of papers that we will be hearing being presented by our delegates. And we shall start with the first one. The paper is titled Exploring the Visual Imagination and Semantic Cluing in Image Perception, presented by Chandani Tandon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic is exploring the visual imagination and semantic wing in image perception. So this topic basically is based on the research method based on the card collection method, where the participants were basically involved in the setting of experimenting with the cards, and through the image games, this game was being played with the 11 cards representing different mindsets, perceptions, and the recognizing the memory of the participants. So the challenges this paper covers is basically the loss of identity, we from this paper are trying to understand that how the fading design language or the fading imaginability of different places actually creates an impact on the participants, and what impact does it really build on the participants related with their memorability and recognizability. The second challenge covered in this presentation is visual imagination, like how do they really imagine their spaces around, and how do they really connect with the spaces which are in their surroundings, and they are the main users of those spaces. The two main research questions targeted in this presentations in this research paper are basically to understand the visual imagination influences which is impacting the user and their mind when it comes to the recognizability, and the second one is to identify those elements and factors which actually create an influence on the participant's perception. So, for the target of investigating imageability, three factors have been kept in mind. The first have been attractiveness, like second one is memorability, and the third one is visual imagination and design semantics. In these three parameters, on the first one of the attractiveness, the images are being evaluated on the basis of the design elements, color, pattern, texture, hue, and their design principles and rhythms. The second, memorability, is based on recording their responses associated with that particular image. If they have been there, they have visited there, if they have any memory recorded with that particular place, or any other experience which they wish to share, and how do they actually memorize that particular place as shown in those 11 image cards. The third point is based on visual imagination and design semantics, which actually works on recording their cultural and experiences which are associated with the imagination of that particular place if redesigned or revamped, and the semantics concerned with the design language as say the cultural relationship with that particular place in terms of their experience. So for the exploring imageability, the three criteria. The first one, for the visual cues, the cards were distributed to the participants in which they have to observe the image, create a perception, and then write the first thoughts which have been created in their mind. The second, the picture cards, is the second stage where they have been distributed those cards in a setting of 40 participants, out of which it offers a slot of 20 participants each, and the randomly cards were being distributed to them. The third is semantic queuing, understanding their knowledge of the semantics about the image. The methodology used here is participatory design method through research through design concept, creating these 11 cards as the probe to investigate the participants. The data collection was recorded in Google Forms and response forms with the proper consent. The semantic queens were being shortlisted and collected in the form of a paper and in the prompts and the keywords being written in the sticky notes. That's how it went. So the first analysis was mainly done based on the probes which they have written based on the prompts written on the keywords, and the response form then later was again collected based on the method of thematic analysis. Proper codes were made, and the findings were derived. The three main findings came out to be influence, experience, and significance, which participants have jotted down that the influence of the place, influence of surrounding, experience, which has their memorability, the cultural significance was the prominent heading, and the symbolic significance came out to be the three main categories, the findings which of these paper are. And these were the three takeaways. So this came out from the research through design method. Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chandani. The next presentation will be by Suryendu Dasgupta, titled Aesthetics to Contextualize Quality, Reconceptualizing High Quality Culture in the Indian Context as a Method for the Design of Urban Realm.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is regarding the contextualization of the German concept of Baukultur in the Indian urban scenario, and how it can be contextualized for the aesthetics, for developing the aesthetics of Indian cities. So coming to the context of Wow Culture is basically a concept, a process, as well as the product of good urban design practices. It encompasses everything that happens in the urban realm, and as such, it produces, the process also produces Wow Culture, which is the product out of this entire thing. So the internationalization of Baukultur happened through the Davos Declaration of 2018, which categorized certain criteria for the production of high quality Baukultur, out of which aesthetics was the primary criteria. And aesthetics, the importance of aesthetics is also quite predominant in the current urban design practices as well, because of its ability to facilitate orientation, providing a sense of identity and a sense of safety among the citizens in cities all across the globe. Also, based on this understanding, the research intends to ask or understand two key queries. And the first one is interpreting the role of Baukultur in urban aesthetics and urban quality, understanding urban quality. And the second one is exploring key opportunities and challenges that may occur while contextualizing Baukultur in the Indian urban context, considering that it is a concept of the global north, which I'm trying to uh, uh, reinterpret in a global south urban context. So, firstly, to understand how Baukultur produces good or better high quality urban aesthetics, we have to understand that it is a participatory process in which all the stakeholders, which have been marked over here, right from the government, the private developers, planning and building trades, and educational and research bodies, as well as the society and the media, are involved in equal tandem. And in Germany, for example, the government, the private developers, and planning and building trades work in tandem to basically constitute certain design advisory councils, which advises the building construction industry on how cities and other urban development processes should take place. And also, another very key aspect of it is that the educational and research bodies, in tandem with the society and media, they also have certain programs to inculcate the sense of design among children, school-going children, through certain programs like architecture in Schule, and through institutes like Bundesstiftung Baukultur, which basically inculcate the sense of design and aesthetics among the citizens right from the schooling, so that the future decisions that they take regarding the cities, they have the bearings on how the city will look in the future. When it comes to India, obviously there are certain challenges and there are so many opportunities as well for this. The primary opportunity is that India has recently come up with the National Urban Policy Framework, and on that basis, we are trying to contextualize Baukultur. And so we are trying to also develop a tandem. A tandem can be developed between the government, private developers, and planning and building trades to develop this, as well as we can also develop certain educational programs between the educational institutes and society for such programs, which will inculcate the sense of design or the design sensibility among the citizens as well. And there are certain recommendations for the opportunities which are there, especially the financial dependency of the ULBs, which are currently there in the Indian urban development scenario. It can be that gap can be bridged, and also to bridge the gap between the demand of architects that are there in the current building construction industry, through the national, through proper, like through certain aspects of the educational policy, the NEP 2020 that we have. Also strengthening and elaborating the regulatory acts, and including design sensitivity through the educational programs that I have already spoken about. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Well timed, I must say. So, the next presentation is by Ankana Sen, titled Semiotics of Portraiture, Traditional Elements and Modern Influences in Portrait Culture of Western Himalayan Region.
Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, this topic is this research is part of a larger research, and this is a small segment out of it. Uh, I want to give a little brief about the background about the topic. So, this research basically looks into the portraiture culture, its representation in the shifts in Western Himalayan region in late 19th and early 20th century. Uh, and it also deals with the visual culture, material culture, and design culture, how it creates a design culture and how history works. So we look into that frame. It majorly looks into the portraits, how portraits have been made, how it was, how the materials and the signs, symbols they have been used to create uh, the identities of identity or the representations, and then how earlier there were major paintings and then other things, then how when photography came, which is a realistic medium, how it shifted from how all those representation styles were shifts from more imaginative form to the realistic medium. So for this, we did three major categories literature review, which is visual culture and design culture, then photography, and Pahari miniature painting. So in that, we mostly look into how semiotic works, and then how material culture and design culture in broader framework, how it works. Then in photography, how representation works, and over a long period of time, how all these things have made meanings, and when we see it, how we connect things, and then how Pahadi miniature paintings used to work earlier times. So for this, the we collected the data from Western Himalayan region, and mostly we looked into the portraits because Western Himalayan region mostly was seen as a landscape and very beautiful area. And whenever we see, we find most of the landscape pictures from that area. Portraits were highly missing genre. That and During this research, we have collected more than 4,000 portraits from various places like family albums, royal collections, and museums and other places. And most of them were never published and never seen. Then, so in this research, we collected primary data and secondary data we have taken from desktop studies and books. Then we used scripts, transcripts, which of interviews and text that we have taken, and most of the images. And using those things, uh, reinterpreted those, and we have done the sign and code reference system we used to find the to do the mm, to use that method we use for it. So the types of data we have used, it's not very clear. I'll read it out. Like Bahari miniature paintings, photographs, painted photographs, that is also one genre, and company paintings. Two of them, like company painting and Pahari and painted photographs, we used as a supplement, which and the core focus was on Pahari miniature painting and photographs. So these are the kind of visual material that we use for the analysis from the area. So most of them were memorial stones, wood carving, miniature paintings, and traditional embroidery, chamba embroidery, if you guys know. So these are the paintings that we analyzed, and we saw that how sign and materials that have used in paintings, the codes and object that creates meaning and that gives identity to any portrait or the society or any um, scenario. And these are the portraits. These are some of the portraits that we use for the to analyze our data. So these are the photographs, and when we shift from the painting, and then how we used realistic materials when we have to depict something in a same scenario or to portray someone uh, in a social hierarchical form or any particular identity we need to provide how those things has been created. We used we so these pictures we have collected from various sources. Then we did coding system. So we um, okay, so here we use codes. We marked all the pictures. We took pictures and then we marked uh, the the materials that have used there, the materials, the how the materials have been used and for what reason, and what it is depicting, and who is there in the pictures, and what scenario they are trying to depict. So all these objects we try to locate in one place. Then we created theme out of it, and we saw like how these clothes are working if they are trying to portray marginalized people, and how they have portrayed it, and what all materials that have been used there. So and what they have used for the royal pictures, or the picture who have, they have taken in a light, or the studio portrait if they have taken, how they have taken that. Same thing with uh, so there are a lot of things like how the backdrop settings are, how the pose is, the symbolic objects they have used there. So from that, the inferences were like so the analysis revealed how the realistic symbol, attire, pose, and compositional style were adapted to reflect evolving identities, including shift in social hierarchies, political power, and personal agency with the region. The material used in the portrait of royals, such as luxurious fabric and elaborate jewelry, starkly contrasts with simpler representation of marginalized tribes, highlight social hierarchies with preserving the unique identities and stories of both groups. Portraiture serve as a critical medium for showcasing material and design cultures of the time, including textile, jewelry, and architectural backdrop. These elements were not just decorative but communicated deeper culture, building identities, and regional heritage. The introduction of Western artistic and photographic medium created a hybrid aesthetics where indigenous styles merged with colonial visual paradigm, producing portraits that document cultural fluidity. So basically, these products here we find the shifts, and the products that introduced in that time were very modern, and new European influences were coming in, and how those things were changed over a period of time. So those were the findings that we found from the whole research. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankana. That was very interesting. Coming to the next presentation for the session. The presentation is titled Kunnat, if I'm pronouncing this correctly, a condensed monolinear Devanagari typeface inspired by the music of singer Krishna Kumar Kunnat. This is being presented by Riddhi Chaudhary and Dr. Marisha Narula.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So, my name is Marisha Narula, and along with my student Riddhi Chaudhary, we'll be presenting uh, a research paper which is titled A Condensed Monolinear Typeface Inspired by the Music of Singer Krishna Kumar Kunnath. So, just trying to introduce the topic here. So what we did here was that we found out a gap which stated, so if I tell you and if I ask you that you think about any five songs which are your favorite, so once you close your eyes and you will be like, yeah, you can visualize the actor who is performing in the music but not really the composer or the playback singer. So very least importance is given to the playback singers where it comes to music, especially in Bollywood, and it is commercialized to a lot of extent. And if we talk about typography in general, there is a lack of emotion which is there in the film covers. So it is not just that the typography is about functionality, which is the reading and the readability, legibility aspect of it, but also the functionality, which is what sort of personality, beliefs, and emotions, and what are the keywords that is it is associating with. To further talk about the gap which is identified, is that when we looked at a lot of movie posters and also same movie posters, the songs of the film songs, like the song covers also. So what we found was that in the movie posters, the a lot of emphasis is given on the emotional aspect of it, a lot of expressive typography is used, but whereas when it comes to the same film and the same song cover, the song cover does not really match with the feel of the song that it is associated with. Whereas we believe that if the importance, according to a few papers, is not given to playback singers, either it should be given to the playback singer or to the feel of the music, feel of the song that is there. Then we took on Krishna Kumar as our singer who has been there, who's also popularly known as KK. So he has sung over 3,000 songs for Bollywood, and he has done a lot of in various languages also. So we picked out Devanagari as it is one of the uh, most popular scripts and languages in Bollywood. So moving on to literature review, where we categorized it into three parts, where the first one was studying on emotional dimensions of typography and how it is associated with the sharpness, the way the shape is, and what emotion is highlighted with what shape. The second one was studying Bollywood posters, where we had a reference comparison paper, where a lot of Bollywood posters all across were studied. It gave us a base for our study. Then aesthetic dimensions of typography, where a lot of people have already done abstract, intangible motivations, inspirations for their typefaces. For example, somebody's personality or a music or intangible things as their inspiration. So these were the three things. Dimensions. Then I would like to hand over to the podium to Riddhi.
We have already talked about the relevance of the paper. I'll quickly take you through the objectives. The first objective was to understand the influence of the typefaces on emotions perceived. The second one was to design a typeface that goes well with the personality of the singer that we have chosen. Now, talking about the methodology, so we did it in two phases. The first phase, we tried to understand a set of record covers and we tried to see what people perceive them as. So, we did this through a survey. We took 174 Hindi songs of KK and then we got the number down to 25 by choosing songs from specific genres and choosing year on year songs so that we could also get an analysis of how this design changed over the years. And we presented two kinds of questions to our audience. First, we gave them the letter forms that were used in the title design. We did not give them the title itself, so they do not relate to the name of the song. And then second, we made them listen to the audio, and com- we tried to compare how the emotions were displayed. We tried to see how. So these were the results of this form, and we found how in that particular cover, the music was actually sorrowful. So when they heard the music, they could relate it to that, while the typography they could relate it more to love. So based on that, we noted some of the attributes from the music as well as from the singer himself, and we made this typeface which is reflected here. We also tried to do some interpretations, and I would just like to conclude by saying that now, since album music is taking up more than ever, the focus should now shift more to the design of the covers rather than just the design of the film posters.
Thank you. Thank you, Riddhi and Dr. Marisha. Our next presenters are Rana Shinde and Saurabh Tiwari. They will be presenting their research titled Exploring Typographic Landscapes in Delhi, How Typography Shapes the Urban Environment.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Rana Shinde. Today I will be presenting my study which was exploring typographic landscape in Delhi and how typography shaped the urban environment. My guide in this project was Professor Saurabh Tiwari. So for this study, I chose the particular three particular locations situated in South Delhi. This all three locations are situated in around 5 kilometer radius of and are very in close proximity with each other. Uh, the reason for choosing these three sites were all the activities which are performed in all three spaces are very different and varying from each other. So when we see Hoskas village, it is known for its it is known for its art galleries, the cafe, the nightlife, and also the design studios which are there for of different brands and boutiques. So as you see here, through typography you can clearly see during the daytime the urban spaces look completely different, and during night, because of the typography and the elements used, like the lightings used and the colors, the visual narrative of the space completely changes. Whereas when you go to just a space nearby, which is IIT Delhi, there you see very professional looking typefaces, where for the signages you see very minimal colors like blue and white. The even the board is has used very sans serif fonts. So this reflects the activities which are taking place in the particular urban environments. And this is the third site, which is Katvaria Sarai, in which you can see the types are the sizes and the typefaces used are very cluttered. You can see use of different colors over here, and they are very bold and very cluttered. This is a marketplace of Katvaria Sarai, where you can see the streets are even filled up with the signs and signages which are hanging at the top. Now we for this we from all these three sites we did the photographic survey and did a comparative analysis of all these three sites, wherein we found that there are majorly two categories in which the signages and the typography is classified. One is hand painted type and the other one is the printed one. So when we see the hand painted style, even the hand painted style is completely different in all three spaces. Whereas in Hoskas you can see the cartoons, the funky vibe of the urban space which it has. whereas in IIT Delhi, you can see the minimal and professional typeface being used. Whereas in Katwaya Sarai, they have this is one of the image from a hair salon where you can see the hand painted typeface of yellow and red color. This shows the personal touch which Katwaria Sarai have, then and they don't have their own authority, any authority guiding them, so they are very free to do their thing. Whereas in printed one, similarly like the hand painted one, you can see how printed typography is also different in all three locations. Whereas when it comes to Katwaria Sarai, you can see clear change in style of writing in hand painted and digital medium of use because of the lack of technological advancement and the spaces which uh, the spaces which the huge information they are trying to clutter. In IIT, the writing style, the technology part has changed, but the writing style and the colors remains the same. Whereas here the minimal style in Hoskha's minimal style is being used. So in conclusion, we can say the typographic style of urban spaces differ from space to space and the activities that are conducted over there. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rana. Our next presenters are Urvashi Srivastav and Ishani Churi, and they are presenting their work titled Beyond Text, a semiotic study of emojis through gamified experiments.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ishani Churi, and today I'm presenting Beyond Text, a semiotic study of emojis through gamified experiments. This was a collaborative project done by me and Utkarsh Srivastava, who's the co-author of this paper. This study explores the nuanced usage of emojis in digital communication through meticulously crafted experiments. Before diving into it, let's have a look at these three emojis. So traditionally, you would expect them to relate to agreement, love, and sadness respectively. But when we showed this to some of our younger audience, they had some very ironical interpretations. Same emojis were used for disagreement, passive aggression, and laughter. This was just one of the amusing findings from our research. Let's delve deeper. So we all use emojis in our digital conversations. They are not just playful symbols, but they add emotion to your conversations. This study investigates their semiotic role, examining how and how effectively they communicate across demographics. We reviewed some literature revolving around this. We found out how emojis enhance digital communication, but on the other hand, some other aspects like specific contextual use or emojis as an independent communication tool were not explored. We also took up the challenge to encourage participants to participate in experiments in a very playful way, something we found to be heavily structured in the traditional approaches. Our primary goal was to understand emoji usage patterns and refine data collection methods along the way. The key questions were aimed at understanding how emojis communicate across age groups, how social context influences this emoji usage, and finally, if emojis can be used as independent modes of communication. These three questions were answered using three different methods, three different experiments. We'll go into that shortly. So we adopted a three-phase approach. First, we started with interviews to understand age-specific usage. This was followed by gamified experiments with college students to test various facets of emoji semiotic capabilities. And finally, we translated this into interactive displays to get more unfiltered data. This was an iterative process, and we refined it along the way as we conducted it with different groups. So the three experiments conducted were aimed at answering different questions. So the first one explored how users use similar looking emojis in a different way. The second one simulated a real life texting situation to understand how emojis replace prosody and gesture from real life into digital conversations. And the third one was designed to understand how emojis can be used as independent tools for communication. Each experiment again was refined over and over again, and the overall drawbacks from these experiments were that the participants faced a bit of stress because it was competitive, and at the same time, there was peer influence because it was a group activity. So, the final iteration of these experiments was interactive displays. These were unmonitored displays which helped us gain sincere responses while maintaining anonymity. So, here are the findings of our study. Emojis are often used intuitively to convey emotion. Their usage is highly influenced by the context, be it the age of the person, be it the person you're communicating with. And we observe that younger people tend to have more nuance and layered usage. Emojis effectively convey emotions and tone, but they struggle to be used as a standalone communication medium. Lastly, from a process point of view, gamified experiments were helpful in engaging the audience, and at the same time, interactive displays were helpful in getting unfiltered data and maintain anonymity. To conclude, emojis do have proved to act as strong semiotic tools in digital communication with versatile usage. Engaging methods and interactive experiments with a hint of competitiveness and fun encourage participated participants with authentic insights. So, what are the possible implications of this study? In visual design, emoji usage can inspire context aware tools that reduce ambiguity. As for research methodologies, our experiments could offer a template for engaging data collection. To summarize, future work can optimize these findings to improve digital communication and maybe provide a platform for visual design validation. Thank you.
Thank you for this very engaging topic. This was very interesting to see. So we have a little gap time right now. We have 5 minutes to spare. Our next presenter is not presenting, so we do have 5 minutes. So we cannot proceed on to the next topic. Also, we have to finish, fill up these 5 minutes. So I was wondering if any one of you had any say experience particularly with the use of design as a tool for studying semiotics, particularly where it comes to foundation students and the way foundation students react to the assignments that they have been given. So maybe if we could, if anybody of you have some experience that you would like to share, where design works. Of course, design, the topic for today's session is design in aesthetics and semiotics. But if you would like to share some experiences of yours, particularly for foundation students, that will be interesting to hear. So are many of you academics? All right. So if you would like to share something.
I'm Dr. Nilanjana from NIT Bangalore. We do not introduce the term semiotics in the foundation program for the undergraduate. But what we do in our courses like self and society or other things, we ask them to study around and take a lot of visual data, maybe through the photography to video recording and doing that. And sometimes we ask them to understand the visual culture and what it talks about the society and the meaning. It and India is full of that, which only we can understand. Like if you see a branch behind a parked truck on the road, it's only we who understand what it means. Or a couple of, punctured tires kept stacked on one top of the other and the other one in a vertical one. It tells you that there is a puncture repair shop somewhere there. So we first make them do, and then we introduce the term in different ways. So they learn by doing than going the other way around, first theory and then try to figure out.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I believe that you are asking your students to look out for visual cues which give you some kind of a meaning. So if anyone of the other participants or any of the delegates would like to share their experiences that how these unspoken signs could give out certain meanings.
Hello, I'm Ragini. I'm from NIT Patna. So, as a foundation in India, we don't have a very pre-education of design. So, the courses like design fundamentals, as all most of the school in India is based on BHOS. So, this design fundamentals works as a one of the baseline where they start creating meanings, even from the one line, one dot, and one points. And that one subject, I thought like that has made my own base for design. And at the same time, the student, even with the relationship between the two dots, how they are placed within a space, or who is more bolder than the other, make them define the meaning. So semiotics is not told like how the meaning is been developed, but in the foundation they have been influenced or stimulated towards the very small little thing which help them to define meanings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to contribute if there are any visual cues?
Photography, my core is in photography, so that is one thing. But movies, when we see, so movies are very important, uh, you know, type that we can use to teach students. So one is cinematography and all those things are there, but when we use moods and colors, when you talk about all those things and how, suppose if you have seen Heather movie, a kind of sadness throughout the movie they have created through the colors and the tones of that movie. Similarly, if we talk about this Devdas movie, the vibrant colors and the whole culture we are showing,
The
and
aesthetic,
we,
yes.
yeah, the every detail and small elements that talks about the culture and the identity and the representation of that particular scenario, the period movie that we say. So movies are also very important
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah.
When we talk about sign and language, we
Yes,
don't
yes.
say the students that this is that, but they
Right.
understand, right?
Right,
We
right.
also connect things
Correct.
accordingly.
So much of this you also get intuitively.
Yes.
Right, right. So I just wanted, yeah, you want to continue? Okay. So, yes, please.
So, I am Saurav. I am from National Institute of Design, Andhra Pradesh. Like everybody is telling that we are not teaching semiotics, but in NIT we also do not teach semiotics directly. But there's a course as a design perception, where students are meant to go to nearby village or surrounding and to perceive what they are, visually seeing or experiencing. And they actually sit around the villages around and they record the meaning making process also. For example, they understand the difference how in the village how people are communicating with the dog or with themselves. They understand the difference between winking and twitch, and that is how we try to give them the understanding that how the meaning making process is ever evolving. It's not a very stable thing. It comes with the context, it comes with the surrounding you are in, and it is different for different people. So in that term, I think we start introducing them the meaning making process, perhaps, but in the later stage, we try to introduce them with the terms like semiotics, semantics, pragmatics, and all those things.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to contribute if you have any observations?
Hello, Mani. I teach for architecture students. Semiotics is not a subject as part of architecture. So what I do here after doing earlier teaching design, we do the reverse. So for the first year students, we have an orientation couple of weeks where there is theater. We take them to like I come Trichy, so it's a pretty rich in heritage and structures and buildings and all. We take them along there. We show them a couple of movies, and then we let them respond, express, and then we point out this is that, and this could be that. So this also has come with the evolution of teaching, where when you force fit, or rather when even you say, okay, this is something, I don't think there are people or students who are ready to take it. Instead, so it is a kind of an evolution where we try to do the reverse. You have done something, do you know what does that color mean that you have made over here, what you have expressed? It could be this, it could be that, and you need to probably, the way they respond, uh, the way kind of they also, the new first year students have a social media where they bring out with uh, memes about their own friends. They don't realize what they're doing, but there are times where they cross the line. There are times when the symbols or the signs or the semiotics of the information that they're using is not right. So these are things where we kind of like bring them back to say, you know what, it could mean this, it could lead to this. So this is how we kind of like get it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your interesting comments. We shall go ahead with the last presentation for this session. This will be presented by Swati Pandey, and the presentation is titled Chalk Purna and Beyond, a scoping review of symbolic folk art in India.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Swati Pandey, and I am from IIT Guwahati. And my co-authors are Dr. Sheetal Gokhale and Professor Uday Kumar. And I'm presenting on Chalk Purna and Beyond, a scoping review of symbolic folk art in India. Uh, Human beings have been using signs and symbols from prehistoric era for documentation and communication purposes. In India, folk arts convey traditional stories reflecting community values and showcases shared cultural aesthetics. Though ceremonial designs may seem decorative, they often have ritualistic significance and represent a cognitive evolution from pictorial symbols used as a primitive form of language. Chok Purna, a folk art of Uttar Pradesh, is an example where women use various signs and symbols to narrate cultural stories. However, the survival of such folk arts faces challenges, including modernization and reduced youth interest. Therefore, to understand the state of art of Chokpurna and relative folk arts, we conducted a literature review. Yeah. We use Scopus and Google Scholar databases to identify relevant literature using these keywords. Uh, uh, Through our selection criteria, we selected 50 articles, uh, conferences, paper, and thesis in English and Hindi language for analysis. Uh, our findings indicate that in India, floor art is temporary and created for shorter time. And floor paintings traditions such as Rangoli are deeply embedded in Indian culture, cultural practices, and where every even used historically by spies to convey secret messages. Today, Rangoli remains vibrant across regions, celebrated during festivals, weddings, and auspicious occasions. It varies regionally with names like Alpana in Bengal, Aripan in Bihar, and Chokpurna in Uttar Pradesh, among others. These are Art forms continue to reflect cultural significance, often narrating stories, myths, and legends through their elaborated designs. Uh, our uh, our review also identifies four the prominent aspects of folk art and floor arts, that is fast, festival, and ritual. So art forms are integral to important life events such as religious fast and festivals like Diwali and Karwa Chauth. Uh, Next is science, symbols, and motifs. Symbols in Indian folk arts are deeply meaningful beyond decoration. For example, swastik holds various cultural meanings, symbolizing the world center in Romanian culture and representing deities in Hindu rituals. Method and material: eco-friendly materials like cow dung and rice paste have both practical and symbolic significance. Artists may use fingers and clothes and cotton for application, and in some regions the designs are worshipped with offerings to deities. Traditional knowledge and its transfer: Indian folk arts have been passed down orally mainly by women, preserving cultural practices without written guides. Next, on chalk purna, we find that the term chalk refers to the a square and a auspicious area where purna means to fill and draw on the walls and mud walls and floors. The art predominantly practiced by Hindu women in Uttar Pradesh. It is created during various fasts and festivals. It involves creating intricate symbols, designs on floors, mud walls, particularly in front of temples, insides, or entrances during auspicious occasions. Here are some examples. As you can see, their design and motifs are different and have changed according to the occasions. So these designs incorporate motifs like swastik, sun, moon, human, flora, and fauna, uh, and geometrical shapes, symbols, and holding symbolic or spiritual significance. Women use eco-friendly materials such as rice paste, wheat, and turmeric to create these designs. Ritual and fasting often accompany this art with stories aimed to secure family well-being. Overall, we find that Chokpurna is more than an art form, woven into the cultural and spiritual fabric of Indian communities of Uttar Pradesh. There are several gaps in research, particularly regarding its regional variations and comprehensive documentation of all unique symbols and motifs and their meaning based according to the occasion. Future work would focus on creating archive for preservation of this folk art. Researchers can also examine the gender roles as well as investigate the impact of urbanization on folk art and its transmission. Comparative studies can be conducted for deepening our understanding of global and regional art forms. Lastly, researchers can investigate the use of eco-friendly materials for creation of this art, ensuring its relevance for future generations. The limitation of this study. Thank you.
All right, with that presentation, we come to the end of the presentations in this session. We shall be moving on to a 30 minutes Q&A. So we shall be moving into the 30 minutes Q&A. May I request all the presenters to please come up on stage so that we could have the questions. So the audience, please keep your questions ready. So first of all, thank you all for making your presentations. Each of your topics were very interesting, very different to each other, and they exposed some very interesting insights into your areas of study. So I have my own set of questions, but we will first open the floor to the audience. um, so if you have any questions, you may start with asking them.
I rather have a suggestion for Rana Shinde. If you compared a restaurant in Hoskas, a library in IIT Delhi, and then a salon, yeah, typography on a salon in Katwaria Sarai, right? Why not restaurants in all three places? Like typography there. I mean, मतलब I want to know how would it affect अगर institution common होता, right? I mean, restaurants in Hoskas, restaurants within IIT Delhi, and restaurant in Katwaria Sarai.
So the reason for choosing these three spaces where the activities that are carried out in these three different spaces differ from each other. Hoskas is a place where which is known for the restaurant and the cafes and art galleries, whereas the institution like IIT Delhi is very professional. So I wanted to compare different activities and typography associated with that activities.
Yeah,
So
that I understand.
yeah.
But what about comparing the restaurants in Hoskas and the restaurants within IIT Delhi? I mean, uska typography compare करने की कोशिश की? I mean,
Typography can be compared, but I was looking in the urban spaces like it was not restricted to a single signage. Rather, it was the study was done where the data which was collected was more than like the photographic data was captured of the urban spaces where we captured around 50-60 pictures of each spaces. So we not only compared single part of it or the single say restaurant or the library or whatever you are saying, but um, we tried to see how typography is integrated in the urban space rather than the activities, similar activities.
I think what he wanted to say is that because IIT, you said IIT was one of your areas that you
Yes.
surveyed. So that is obviously very professional. That is a
Yes.
professional institution. So
Yes.
all the signages there are obviously professional.
Yes.
So the diversity that you will find would be in the other areas. So again, that was also a question that I had in mind, that why did you choose IIT Delhi? You could have just done a Hoskas and a Katwaria Sarai comparison,
It
because
was
that is already out of the equation. That is what I felt. So that was my question for you. We also have another one there.
I also wanted to ask, I have same question. How much data you have collected to come to within ref inferences which you are making? And on what basis you are selecting that three spaces only and not other spaces? So what was your, matlab, as in, it's not a question, I'm just curious to understand how much the data you have collected, matlab, the analysis, what was the procedure you have gone through to select these much numbers are enough to come to this inference which you are making of?
So the process, the methodology which I followed was for selecting these three spaces, we went on to identify a small radius of place where we could identify different types of typography being used in different urban spaces and different activities which are going on there. So these three spaces.
Perception, because then you are going with that perception that you will be finding a different type of typography. If you have if you been taken the Oscars because it is something which is relevant to this little pop culture or whatever it is. If you have taken some other element, let's say Dilli ka this Parathe ki gali or something, then you might it have something relation to that other building, because the cafes or eating activities happening in both the aspects.
Yes, so the activities we didn't went on with the biased expectation of understanding the or the understanding कि हर जगह different typography use होगी, but we chose the areas based on the activities that are being conducted there. So in Hauskas, it was more of a nightlife cultural thing which was going on, whereas the Katvaria Sarai is more of street market. So the activities led us to this choosing of these spaces. And coming to the next question, we took around 100 photographs and or 100 typographic uh, uh, pictures of each spaces and then analyzed it. So the data was around 100 to 150 for each space.
All right. Can we have
Yeah. Connecting to, to you only and the same space, which maybe I have little bias being an alma mater of IIT Delhi, and I see the typography hasn't changed in the last 20 years. Why? I would love to change it. So, when we do research, I think that is one thing which all of us have. Even if you do in typography, there are certain constants or certain parameters which we like to compare. And that's why I think the question came, which we did not understand as audience, that why you didn't take only the eat out places. Okay. Hotchkiss Village, of course, there is this designer boutique has the freedom to do what it wants. If you take Hotchkiss boutique, Hotchkiss Village and Shapu Chat, I still can understand you're comparing certain spaces. You take IIT Delhi and maybe JNU, two different spaces. It's not about the number of visuals, I think, in research, because I'm not very convinced about that typography is shaping how typography shapes the urban environment. No, or maybe there's a challenge that because the typographic hasn't changed or has not been allowed to change, the urban environment inside IIT Delhi remains the same, whereas the other spaces has evolved.
So I would like to answer this. The photographs which we took of IIT Delhi, it also had all the designer boards uh, of all the conferences which are being going on there. It also followed the similar visual language of the professional institute. It also has not changed a lot. That also has not changed a lot. Where we have the freedom of exploring, where if we are conducting a conference, we also have the freedom to explore it further. But the professional typography which is being followed and the conventional typography which is going on from so many years is similar, is being followed. There was not change in the new signages or the new visuals which are being made.
All right. So if we can bring this to a close, maybe you can ask your questions to Rana outside. If there are any questions for the other participants, yes.
So my question is for the Kunnat typeface design. So how do you determine while designing a typeface the elements that you are adding to it, whether it is for emotional value or aesthetic value?
So, aesthetic basically caters to the form of the typeface, while in our paper we focused on emotion, which is how people were relating these forms to song emotions. We listed out some emotions like sorrow, anger, etc., and we tried to see how people could relate between these two.
Yeah, but there was still some aesthetic value there, right? You had to consider some level of aesthetic sense to it. So how do you balance it out?
I think balance. I think the emotions that were taken care of were also towards. I mean, it has to have that form which is aesthetically pleasing. Of course, that you are right in that. So I think we took a lot of different personality aspects of Kunal according to the interviews that were previously conducted, because he passed away in 2022. So before that, whatever interviews and whatever data we could gather, based on that also, uh, so we decided on having a monolinear because of that reason.
There's another question there.
Yeah, hi.
I also have a question. Was there any legibility or readability testing conducted for this typeface post its completion?
So the typeface is a work in progress, and we are showing the drafts to the viewers, and we are constantly both working on the legibility as well as the emotional aspect of it. The images shown in the paper did show how we have gone through making 3 to 4 drafts of the typeface. And yes, we are doing two kinds of testing for legibility and readability. We are both testing the glyphs alone as well as we are making word compositions and getting it tested.
Okay, thank you. Because I felt that the word "tadup," I think that was written in the cover.
Yeah.
The "ra" was more of a "ha" to me, at least. So I would certainly say that legibility testing would really help to type it.
I have a question for Ankana. Hi. So you have spoken about many materials and objects that were showcased in the portraits as well as the photographs. And you had done a symbol analysis kind of a study. So if you could throw some light on how the materials or the objects evolved from where you started your study to the end part of it chronologically, that would be great.
Okay. So here, what my idea was to see how in this Pahadi miniature paintings basically, how they show because it was more for royals and elite, but they used to portray society as well in their paintings, and most of the things were based on their imagination, especially if we say if they are making portrait of a woman, so it will be complete imagination what they will be painting because artists and unknown men, they do not have access to the women. So that time those were the outcome of imagination. So suppose if and that time they were not also they were not very much, so Europeans came there very late in Punjab hills. So the influence of European things were also very less at that time. So slowly, gradually, in 1800, when Europeans started coming in, and then company painting started, so a lot of European influences also started coming in. Along with that, their materials and aesthetics started coming in. So previously, the artists, how they used to showcase their Raja, or maybe some artisan, or or a painter, or a maybe uh, um, the staff of that royal court would be very different. Suppose they will use the objects like low floor sitting, or maybe birds would be, they would be showing birds as a sign of love, or there will be warrior gloves, or a uh, sword with them, and so these kind of elements they mostly use. And then you'll see the hollow behind a raja maybe, who, or most of the paintings they'll so there's a Raja of Mandi, Sid Sen, who is very famous. He's a very he was this he loved art so much. So he had a lot of paintings, throughout his life. So in some of the paintings, he has shown as a avatar of Shivji, where he is holding shank, and he has 6 hands in that, and in each hand he is holding one element. So that is not directly uh, which is very difficult to represent in photograph if we show that thing in photographs. So similarly, same thing, if they are showing different avatar of a raja, so they'll use accordingly the symbol, sign, and materials equally, leopard skin and all those things. But when it comes to the realistic presentation, when European influence was also there, so lot of things started coming in. Suppose the sign of wealth is having a chair, having a watch, having a clock, table clock. So these kind of things, there are a lot of elements they started coming in, having a bike, so, very starting. So earlier it was like Dolly and all those things. So these kind of interaction coming in, but because some of the photographers, they were the an artist, because this pahadi this photo painted photographs, I don't know you guys have heard or not. So there is also a genre which is started, that is painted photographs. So artists used to overpaint the photograph in a very thick color, because he has this aesthetics of his pahadi miniature aesthetics he was using there. So the whole picture will be covered with thick layer of color, and you won't you won't judge whether it is a picture or a photograph or a painting. So there they used to paint different elements also according to their imagination again. So it is again a kind of a hybrid, uh, things came in, where they are using European elements as well, but along with their previous aesthetics. So similarly, then when photography came in, so there was another agenda also, which is colonial agenda. So they started using taking pictures. So when they were depicting tribals, caste, different types, you know, so they have they were taking a lot of pictures of people which were never portrayed, never painted. So they have to show that these are the categories, different categories. So along with that, they were taking, like, suppose they are taking pictures of Gaddi tribes. So they are you know uh, framing lot of musical instruments along with them, with their whole attire and the traditional attire which was not seen in previously in the paintings. So depiction, how they are depicting it, and how instruments they are using to showcase that this is an ethnic tribe, and creating exotic. Then if so so in that area, so there is a stereotypical images also of all the regions in India basically that time, which Europeans have created. So especially I am looking into Western Himalayan areas, so the typical image was the peasants and coolies. So whenever you talk about Himalayan region, so you will see, okay, people are coolie there, and they are peasants. So Europeans were creating that image. So they will be showing the baskets with marginalized group, or very uh, earthy kind of early kind of elements and materials, like materials made out of bamboos, or their clothes will be very rugged. But at the same time, when these things, if they are portraying a royal or an elite, then there will be chairs, they'll be sitting in the chairs. The use of chair is very European. And then they'll be wearing watch, then there is a table, then there is some kind of toys will be there. So these kind of elements came in, and slowly and gradually, like in present time, we see it's a you know um, adaptation from there only, how we portray something, how we create social categories. If I want to look alike, then how I will, what all things I need to show, and how I do say this. I hope
Yeah,
this.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It was very interesting. Thanks.
Thank you, Ankana. Any further questions? In the meantime, so Yendu, I had a question for you. So when you talked about the Bau culture, so you said that in Germany there is there is a good coordination between the government, media, society, education institutions, architects and designers, and also advisory committees. So and you wanted to look at it from an Indian point of view. Now, if you come to see the urban development or the planning that we see in Indian cities, so how do you think this will be applicable to us? I mean, you did show how you wished it to be applicable, but considering the total, the coordination or the lack of coordination that we see amongst all these agencies, how do you foresee this to happen?
Yeah, regarding that, actually, the system in Germany, governance system, when it comes to urban design or urban development, it is very similar to India. Because both in Germany and in India, the decision making for the final decision making at at the grassroots level is with the ULB, the urban local body, be it a municipal corporation or the municipality, whatever. But the difference is that in the case of India, most of the ULBs, apart from the larger cities like Mumbai, Delhi, or the major cities, the capital cities, the ULBs are not well equipped, both in terms of expertise They do not, firstly, they do not have the financial capability. Then comes the expertise part, because they do not have the financial capability, because in India, urban development being a state subject, it is the state government which the finance department which decides how much money is going to go in each of the department. In Germany, the difference lies there, where the ULBs have the decision making, how much money they can get from the state. And it is entirely on their prerogative, the dispersal of that financial incentive on the various projects. So, unless and otherwise, the ULBs in India, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3, 3 cities, that autonomy is not granted to the urban local bodies. They are not able to hire the expertise or recruit the expertise that are required to make those changes at the grassroots level. So unless that happens, the other it's a butterfly effect. So unless that happens, the other things cannot proceed. So that is the way it is happening in
It
India.
sounds very nice on paper and as a system, but to
Yeah.
see its actual application is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it all depends on the Amendment Act, which is there, which grants that ability to the ULBs, but enforcing it is still a bit murky. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You may ask the question.
Hi, my question is for Swati Pandey. Since you must have studied floor art and rangolis for quite some time for your paper, I'm just curious to know what you feel about the gendering of the process, and maybe if you have seen any instances where the gender role was reversed or maybe broken.
uh, the this folk art is basic predominantly created by women, but men in the houses, they know the rituals, and they know the story behind it, but they don't know how to make the designs. uh, so the women in the house, they only create the various designs.
Any further questions from the audience?
My question is for the lady, second from the right. Uh, uh, what's the name? I forgot.
Chandni.
Acha, Chandni. So Chandni, what is the, I mean, like sample size? I mean, like how many participants did participate in that experiment?
Okay. So a total of 60 participants were recorded.
60.
60.
Okay.
Okay, out of which we have only data analyzed 40 participants, because of the 20 participants readings were most of those be inappropriate, or let's say they have not filled the complete form. So 20 of them were disregarded in that context.
Okay.
So 40 were recorded.
Thank you.
I had a question for Ishani. Yeah, so Ishani, you had a very interesting study with emojis and the kind of responses that people have to those emojis. So could you tell me the age group that you looked at?
So initially, we didn't have an age group in mind when we began the experiment. So as a starting point for our methodology, we were conducting interviews. This is where we had an open mind, where we asked questions to younger teenagers, college people like our batchmates, some from masters, some from PhDs, and we also interviewed some older people, middle aged, above 60, and so on. This is where we found some nuances, and through here is where we determine we'll probably look at the younger generation, which is our college demographic, because as I mentioned in my presentation as well, this is where we found that the usage of emojis was much more layered. It was much more probably unintended. The interpretation was very, it was versatile, and it was very interesting to know and to study. So yeah, at the end, by the time we were doing the displays, the our participants group was around the age of 18 to maybe 24, 25. Yeah,
So maybe you could also do like an extension with an older age group, because I'm sure
definitely,
their
definitely.
perceptions and their usage is
Right,
even different.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely.
Okay. Any further questions, or we can wrap up the session? I don't think we have any further questions. Okay.
On the same topic, the emojis. So what I can see is that you have mostly looked at this topic from a pragmatic point of view. Maybe just a suggestion. Maybe next time you can look at it more from a syntactic or a semantic point of view as well.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, but yeah, here we were trying to keep it as narrow as possible because, along with just understanding the semiotic point of view of emojis, we were also doing the experimentation part of it.
No, your topic says that it is a semiotic study,
Hmm.
so it should have all the
It should
aspects.
have both. Okay, okay, okay. So, understood. So, you are saying we should also cover.
Right,
Okay,
right.
yeah. This is something that we can definitely look at as a wider study of the topic, something like ma'am mentioned about the age group as well. So that is something that we can definitely look at.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think we can conclude the session now. I had one last question for Ankana. You mentioned that your presentation today was a small part or the initial part of your study.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to know what lies ahead.
Uh, okay, this is recent study which I am doing. So previous study is like, so I am looking into the portrait culture in Western Himalayan region. So from the wide study on history of photography, what we found is, like if I ask what are Himalayan region for you, so it must be, mountains and rivers and beautiful things, but there is a culture always. So I was curious because I am from that place. I'm from Uttarakhand, so I was curious to know about more of the people. I never saw people pictures of of Himachal or Uttarakhand. So, and first studio, one of the first studio was there in Shimla, and that photographer was very famous photographer, and his studio was in Bengal also, and Bengal has very good portraiture, collections. So my question was, when photography reached there, why not portrait photographs? So if portrait photographs were there, when why not they are in the archives or the collections? So I started my studies from there, and then first I went there, I found a lot of pictures, lot of archives, in very bad condition, so I retrieved that, all those things. Then so they were only landscape pictures, because again, as told you, because Europeans wanted all beautiful pictures, postcard things were there, so they used to send all the it was a commercial photography thing, so they used to click good pictures, and in European market it used to get sold. Then portraits were, only royals used to, you'll find only few pictures of royals, and those were also like their family collection were also we have never seen. So when I went there, so almost whole Himachal now. So I found a lot of archives, but most of the archive was destroyed also because of lot of reason, because of this partition, this emergency was there, and then riots and all. So these things. So in many places the archive was lost, and in some places there were like, this the palace got fire, and these kind of things happened. Some, and also there is no Indian photographer, very less Indian photographers are registered till date. So my question was like, when miniature artists were there, so they must have adopted the photography, so there must be some photographer. So so I found one Indian photographer also, like he has and his archive, which is 120-year old, and we got class plates, and we just did all. I went there, cleaned all the archives, and retrieved those things. From that, there we started looking into why only coolies and marginalized people pictures are there, and only royal pictures and uh, landscapes. So what is happening in between, and how identities came up, and what elites were doing, how they used to portray, what all these things happening. So that is what. So this I recently started doing this phase.
Thank you.
So yeah,
Thank you,
so the
Ankana.
background is that.
Right.
So we
Thank you.
almost collected like more than 4,000 images from that area. So never used, never published.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, I thank all of the presenters for presenting their research with us. And can we have one last round of applause for all the presenters here? So with that, we close the session.
Thank you so much, presenters and our chair. Now we are here at the end of the session. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeevni. This has been a very wonderful session. And now I would like to call Professor Amresh to felicitate the chair. I would also like to thank my team, Vineet and Satyendra, for working in the background and making this seamlessly work fine. I have a few announcements to make. We can break for 30 minutes of we can have a 30-minute break, but post which there's a workshop in here. It will be from 4 to 5:30, and there's a gala dinner at Pragati Resorts. The departure from this venue will start at around 5:30, and the last bus will depart at 6:15. So, people who are attending the workshop, please make sure that you time your travels accordingly. And do not forget to carry your ID cards because it's very important for the gala dinner access. Other than that, just make sure that from tomorrow onwards, please use the outside cafeteria region for the coffees and teas. Please do not bring them inside the auditorium. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you. Thank you.